on the Committee on Public Services, the subcommittee for the alleged Laglagbala issue, jointly with the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, is hereby called to order. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. First off, let me acknowledge the resource persons who are here today. From the Department of Transportation and Communication, Secretary Joseph Abaya. Good afternoon. Representing the Department of Foreign Affairs, Yusek Rafael Segis. Good afternoon, sir. Representing the Department of Justice, Yusek Emmanuel Caparas. Good afternoon, sir. Representing the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines, CAAP, Lieutenant General William Hotchkiss, represented by Brigadier General Rodante Hoya. Good afternoon, sir. For the Office of Transport Security, it says Admiral. Am I correct? Please.
Administrator, Mr. Chairman.
Administrator. Administrator Rolando Recomono. Good afternoon, sir. For the PNP Aviation Security, Chief Superintendent Pablo Balagtas. Good afternoon, sir. For the NBI, the National Bureau of Investigation, Chief Manuel Eduarte. Good afternoon, sir. Representing the Manila International Airport Authority, General Manager Jose Honrado. Good afternoon, sir. Representing the Blas Ofle Policy Center, Ms. Susan Ople.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon po.
Okay, and then we have some of the alleged victims. Nandito po si Ms. Gloria Ortines. Magandang hapon po.
Good afternoon po.
Okay, and then we have the members of the White family, the father, the husband, Mr. Ryan White. Good afternoon. And the wife, Miss Eloisa Soleta. Good afternoon. And Mr. Lane Michael White. Good afternoon. Together with Mr. Arthur Zoleta. Good afternoon. Meron ba akong na-miss out na resource persons? I see that the Public Attorney's Office is here. Attorney Acosta. Attorney Persida Rueda Acosta. How many resource persons do you have with you, ma'am? 3. Okay. Can you name them, please, ma'am? Just speak onto the phone, the microphone.
With the permission of the Honorable Chairman, we have here victims of alleged tanim or laglagbala, Mrs. Rowena Otik, Ms. Rufina Cruz, and Mrs. Milagrosa Cadiente.
Mrs. Milagrosa Cadiente. Magandang hapon po sa inyo at maraming salamat sa pagpunta nyo rito ngayong araw na ito. So we have, yes, Miss Ople.
Yes, sir. We also have the legal counsel of Miss Gloria, si Attorney Spaki Farolan. And
Yes,
also a representative
Attorney
of
Spaki.
the OFW Coalition po, sir, si Miss Gemma Comisos.
Okay then. I'd like to also acknowledge at this point my colleagues who are here this afternoon. The Chairman of the Committee on Public Services, Senator Sergius Mena. Good afternoon, sir. And also my other colleagues, Senator Bongbong Marcos. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Grace Poe, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Senator Alan Cayetano, good afternoon, sir. Okay. Let's do away with the administrative matter. The Director General of the Blue Ribbon, please administer the oath to everyone. All resource persons so named and who wish to make a statement this afternoon in this hearing, please rise so that we could administer the oath to you.
All those who are here, kindly stand. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? I did not say yes. Thank you. You may take your seat.
Okay, thank you, Director General. At this point, I'd like to have an opening statement. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Naniniwala po ako na ito ay isang pagkakataon na inaantay natin ng kababayan natin. Tinawag natin itong pagdinig na ito para magtanong, para mag-imbestiga, para pag-aralan ang isang bagay na napakasakit. Napakasakit sa kalooban ng mga kapwa nating Pilipino, lalong-lalo na sa ating mga OFW. Ang sama ng loob ng mga kababayan natin ay nagkaroon ng maraming muka. Nandyan po yung nanay na OFW na nagtatrabaho sa Hong Kong. Nandyan ang mukha ng isang batang mag-aaral na member ng isang singing choir na sana magpa-participate sa isang kompetisyon sa Korea. Nandyan din ang mukha ng isang matandang lalaking Pilipino na nagbalik bansa at bumalik na sa Amerika na punong-puno ng trauma at takot. Marami pa sila. We just have a few here, pero marami pa sila. Sa bandang huli, ang habol natin ay makita ang katotohanan at bigyan ng lunas ang anumang problema sa likod nitong isyong hinaharap natin ngayon. Mga kababayan, nakakalungkot at nakakatakot sapagkat matindi ang upak na tinatanggap ng mga airports natin dahil sa umano'y nagaganap na laglag bala racket. Matindi ang tingin nila, matindi ang upak nila dahil sa tingin nila, meron pumalpak. Sino ang pumalpak? Ano ang pumalpak? Bakit pumalpak? Pumalpak ba ang struktura ng airports natin? Pumalpak ba ang sistema ng pangangalaga sa mga kababayan natin, mga pasahero sa airports? Pumalpak ba ang mga taong inaasahan nilang patakbuhin ng maayos ang airports? Nasaan ang palpak? Saan? Ano? Sino ang pumalpak? Dati, nagko-complain sila, yung complain, naging takot, naging galit, naging tampo. At pinapakita nila, yung mga kababayan natin, ang kanilang galit sa social media. Nakikita natin yun. Pinapakita nila ang kanilang takot sapagkat yung mga pupunta sa airports, binabalot nila ang kanilang maleta. What clearer sign of fear? It should not be this way. Ang airport ay para sa mga taong sumasakay sa eroplano. And government should be there to protect them. The fact that people have to wrap their bags, their luggages, is a sign something has terribly gone wrong. Terribly, terribly gone wrong. Sa paniniwala ng committee ito, ang pinakamagaling na paraan para maghilom ang galit, ang tampo ng ating mga kababayan ay magtulungan tayo para hanapin, pag-aralan, at ayusin ang lahat. Ayusin ang lahat sa mga nangyayari. Umpisahan na po natin ang hearing. So again, thank you everyone for coming. At the start, let me inform my colleagues that we will go through the resource persons, the alleged victims one by one. We will let them recount their stories, and then after they recount, we will ask the senators in order of appearance if they wish to ask any questions. Let's start with Lane Michael White, who has been accused of bringing in the bullet. He's accompanied by Ryan White, the father. Ryan was there when the incident happened, and he was also accompanied by the mother, Eloisa Zoleta. She was also there when it happened. And later on subsequent events, the brother of Eloisa, Arthur Zoleta, was also there when it happened. I will ask Lane to narrate, but Ryan, Eloisa, and Arthur, at any point in time, if you wish to add or if you wish to talk, please do so. Jump right in. Kanina po kasi kausap ko si Lane sa opisina ko, and it was very clear that the boy is very traumatized. So I think the father and the mother will recount, but also Lane will recount. But first off, let me ask Ryan, what brought you here to the Philippines? Please state your name again and where you come from.
Michael Ryan White, and we moved here from Florida.
And why did you come to the Philippines? Just for the general knowledge.
We came to start a missionary trip to preach in the streets of Coron.
A missionary
Until-
trip.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Until this happened. Now our plans are on hold.
I understand you sold all your... may I ask some quiet, please? I understand that you sold your belongings in the States?
Yes, sir. That was the only way to finance this trip. We had to sell everything we had and then just trust solely on God to help us.
You sold everything you had so that you could come to the Philippines and go to Coron, Palawan, to start a church? Am I correct?
Well, not necessarily. I'm not called to be a pastor. I'm a preacher. And I know there's some overlap there, but a preacher goes into the streets and preaches the gospel to any and all who will listen. A pastor acts more as a shepherd. And if there's enough of a following, then we would teach and train someone who would stand up to actually lead the flock as a pastor.
Okay. So when did you arrive to the Philippines?
September 16th? No, 14th. 13th. It's been a long 2 months. September 13th.
September 13. Please recount what happened then. Eloisa?
We went all the way from the United States. We came from Jacksonville, Florida. Then we went to New York, and after New York, we went to China. And when we got here to the Philippines, we stayed at my mother's house for a day and a half. And then we went straight to Terminal 4 for our domestic flight to Coron. And that day, when we got to the airport, the flight was delayed for 2 hours. And the pilot, while we're inside the plane, the pilot said that due to flight restrictions, we need to get out of the plane and rebook the flight the next day. So, nakarating na po kami sa loob ng Terminal 4. naayos na po nila yung nakapag-check-in na kami, na-screen na po yung bagahe namin sa same screening process. Pinadala lang po kami sa hotel that night at pagkadating po sa hotel the next morning, bumalik po kami sa Terminal 4 with the same flight at sa initial screening, then that's when it all started.
Okay, please recount what started. Maybe Michael, you want to talk? Or if you don't feel like talking, then anyway, Eloisa, you were there. Go ahead. If you feel like talking.
It all started when we were bound to a flight to Koran, Buswanga. I put my bag through the X-ray machine, and they said that they didn't say. Sorry, that's fine. Miss Sina and Mr. Garcia instructed me to bring my bag back through the X-ray scanner another 2 times. So that's 3 times total.
You said Sina and Garcia. You mean Maria Elma Sena and Marvin Garcia, as stated in your affidavit. Yes?
Yes, sir. And then
Okay, go ahead.
What happened was when his luggage went to the X-ray screen, all the security personnel were on the machine and they were looking at the screen. Doon na po sinabi sa kanya na may nakita daw po sa bagay niya, pero hindi po pinakita yung X-ray sa amin. Hindi din po sinabi kung ano. Sabi lang po meron daw pong nakita. So, pinaikot po yung bagahe. Then, after that, nilapitan po namin si Miss Senya. Sabi ko po, ano po ba yung hinahanap nyo? Kasi baka po alam namin kung ano yung hinahanap nyo, tulungan na po namin kayo. And then, sinabi na, no, you guys need to stand back and don't touch the luggage. Yun daw po yun ang pagkakasabi niya. So, kami po kasi sa Amerika, pag sinabi po ng isang airport official to do something, kailangan po naming sundin kasi po sila po ang official sa airport. So, dun po sa end ng conveyor, nandun lang po kaming nakatayo sa dulo while they were looking at our luggages. Ang sunod po nangyari, tumawag po yung brother ko, si Arthur Soleta po. And then he was checking on me because I'm pregnant and I'm with 2 foreign people. Nag-aalala po siya about our security. So sinabi ko po na, kuya, meron pong nakita sa bagay namin, pero hindi nila sinabi kung ano. And then my brother said, I think you better be alert and turn on your cam. So I did turn on my cam. It wasn't hidden. It was actually in my kilikili because there's a tripod and a cam, and I can't hold it with my hand because I have my cell phone on the right and passports and boarding pass on the left. Boarding pass kasi nga po, natikita na po kami kahapon pa, nung hapon pa lang, the day before that. Well, anyways, I turned on the cam, and then yun na po yung video na nakita nyo sa media po, na pinaikot-ikot po nila yung bagahe namin sa conveyor. So, the fact na hindi nyo po nakikita dun sa video namin is yung first part po, kasi hindi po naka-on yung camera ko. Pero kung mapapansin nyo po, sa umpisa po ng mga CCTV na lumabas, before po lumabas yung video namin, tinignan na po ni Miss Senya yung outer flap ng luggage ni Lane, kung saan po nakita yung alleged ammunition. So when you saw the CCTV, tinignan niya na po, wala po siya nakita. Then may nilabas pa rin pong CCTV na si Lane naman po yung tumingin din dun sa same flap, wala din siya nakita. And then, yung lumabas na yung video namin, which is last part po nung pangyayari, dun po, pinasok po ni Miss Senya yung kamay niya, chinek na din po yung flap na yun. Tapos, inikot po ni Marvin sa X-ray. Then, when it came out, dun na po ako tinawag sa X-ray screen and they said na, tingnan mo, may bala. So, dun na po yung sa huli. Kaya po yun ang pinagtatakhan namin. Kung meron po kayong access ng CCTV po nila, makikita nyo po yung full stretch of the video that they already looked on the flap of that luggage. Miss Maria Elma Senya looked at it and she didn't find it in there. And I thought that that was her job na as an inspector, hindi po ba? Na dapat sa umpisa pa lang po, kung dun po niya nakita nung huli, sa umpisa pong beses, sana po nakita niya na. Bukod pa po doon, nung nakita na nga pong may bala, nagsasabi na po ako na ano po bang mangyayari, kailangan ko na po bang ipamove yung flight namin. Because it's like 15 minutes and we're about to board, going to Coron. So, sabi po ako nang sabi na, papamove ko po ba yung flight or ano po ba? Sabi po ng mga screening officers, ay okay lang yan, madali lang yan. And even on our video, Miss Maria Almacenia said, 12:45 pa naman. So I'm thinking, if it is really the law na may nakitang 1 ammo sa luggage, then hindi po ba dapat ang sagot sa akin, ay hindi na po kayo tutuloy sa Coron kasi ikukulong namin ang anak mo. Hindi po ba dapat ganun? Kasi yun naman po kung yun po ang pinapatupad nila. Pero hindi po, sabi lang nila na, ay, okay lang yan. So ngayon po, hiningi po niya yung documents. Hiningi niya yung passport ni Lane, tsaka po ticket. And then sabi ko po, boarding pass po ang meron ako, wala pa akong ticket niya. You can even see in the video na pati siya na-surprise. Ticket? Sabi ko, opo, kasi galing po kami dito kahapon. So nagulat din siya na, galing na pala kayo dito kahapon. Sabi ko, opo, same screening, same din po lahat. Pero ang nakagulat po, wala po kayong nakita kahapon. So, isa din po yun sa punto namin. Then after po noon, tinurn over po kami kay SPO Tuklarin. During that time, doon na po nila nakita na nagtitake po ako ng video. Because I have to hand it to my husband because I'm going to the desk of the airline to move our tickets. And when I gave my husband the action camera, we were not hiding it, so I handed it to him na parang normal lang po. Then, doon na po nagulat. If you will see the video, lahat po nang nandun sa video, nagulat na, may camera. Tapos makikita mo po yung body language ni Miss Maria Almacenia. She slowly pulled away from the frame. Gumanon po siya. Na parang...
Paatras?
Apo. Tapos po, pinapatay po sa akin ni SPO Tuklarin yung camera po. Tapos sinabi niya po sa akin, burahin mo yan kung hindi mumultahan kita. I'll fine you. Sabi ko, bakit po? Sabi niya, bawal yung ginagawa mo. Then I looked around. If there's a warning inside the airport, if it says that you cannot take any videos or camera or any pictures, wala naman po. So, bilang po sa naniniwala po ako na lahat ng bawal o di dapat gawin, di po ba dapat nakapaskil doon? Warning, bawal ganito. Wala pong ganun. So sabi ko po, hindi po. Sabi ko po, lobat yung camera, hindi na po pwede burahin. Sabi niya, kailangan burahin niya, ini-insist nila. Then nakikita ko na po yung mga faces po nila, yung reactions nila, na parang meron palang camera. So pagkatapos po nun, pumunta po ako sa Cebu Pacific Airline, inayos ko po uli kasi nung umpisa po ayaw nila i-move yung flight namin dahil po we need to pay. Bilang yung mission nga po namin, sakto lang po yung dala namin pera. So we cannot afford to pay for another flight. So pagbalik ko po sa desk, sabi po sa akin ni SPO Tuklarin, sabi niya, ayaw paaminin ng anak mo eh. Ba't hindi mo na lang paamin sa anak mo? Yun ang sabi niya. Sabi ko, wag po kayong ganyan. Bakit hindi po natin siya tanungin kung kanya po yun o hindi? Para po malaman yun totoo. Then, I translated that in English to Lane, and I said, Lane, the police officer wanted to know if that ammunition is yours. And then Lane said, the luggage is mine, but the ammunition isn't, the bullet isn't. That's what he said. Then, kahit po sa end ng video po namin, you can hear SPO Tuklarin. He was yelling at Senya, akin na nga yung dokumento, yung report po yata. I think yung nanakita sa kanya yung bullet. And he was saying, ayaw pa umamin nito eh. And then Maria Almacenia responded with, ayaw pa umamin, di naman tayo tatanga-tangang paikot-ikot dito yung gamit sa conveyor. So you can tell with the demeanor of our airport officials, they should be our public servant. But we never have seen professionalism or courtesy with them. And pag sa Amerika po, pag ganyan, syempre po dapat po nirerespeto po namin sila kasi po sila po yung nagpapatupad ng batas sa loob ng airport na kung ano po yung dapat at di dapat gawin po. So,
Continue.
Okay po. Pagkatapos po na kay SPO, tukla rin na nga po yung documents, dinala na po si Lane sa Terminal 4 PNP Aviation Office. Sa gilid lang po yun ng airport. Pero my husband, Ryan White, was still staying at the same area where the conveyor is because we have our luggages. So he has to sit down and take care of, wait for us because I have to deal with whatever's going on with Lane and I still have to go to Cebu Pacific. So while running around, may dumating po na another PNP officer. Hindi ko po alam kung ano yung full name niya, but all I can see is his nameplate po. And his name is PNP Officer Junio. And Mr. Junio told me, ano ba nangyari dito, ma'am? And then so I explained to him what happened. Sabi niya, usually naman, pinapalampas namin ng mga nagdadala ng ganyan. Sinasabi namin, anting-anting. Pero dito kasi, pag inareglo natin yan dito, 30,000. Pero pag napasa na sa headquarters, 80,000 yan. Yun ang sabi niya. Sabi ko po, tapos sabi niya, ano ba trabaho ng asawa mo? Sabi ko, sir, ang trabaho po ng asawa ko, wala. Kasi po preacher po siya. Hindi po siya sinusweldohan. So, si Lord na po bahala sa amin kung ano po ang magiging finances namin. Tapos sabi niya, ganun ba? Yung anak mo, anong trabaho? Sabi ko, sir, kakaresign lang po niya kasi nga po, tutulong po siya sa amin na mag-survey nga po sa Coron. So, kailangan niyang mag-resign para lang tumulong sa tatay niya. Ganun ba? Tapos tumawag na po yung brother ko, so that conversation ended. And then I've never seen him again. Pero let me backtrack po. Bago po nila dalhin si Lane sa Terminal 4 PNP Aviation Office, pagbalik ko sa desk, he told me, what did you tell me about the 30,000?
Lane,
What did he ask? Tell them.
press the, yeah.
He said that if I didn't pay 30,000 pesos, that I could possibly face going to jail, and that there would be an investigation done. And then which I replied, the bullet is not mine, and nor do I have $30,000. 30,000 pesos, sorry.
So they asked you for 30,000 pesos.
Yes, sir.
Who asked you?
That was PNP officer Rolando Clarin.
Clarin.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, pagtapos po nun, tinanong ko po siya sinong humihingi ng 30,000. Sabi niya nga po yung police officer. Tapos, dun ko na po nararamdaman na bakit meron pong ganun. Kasi kapag hindi daw kami nagbigay ng 30,000, sabi daw po niya, iimbestigahan daw po siya at ikukulong siya. So, going back po tayo dun sa dumating na nga po yung OIC daw po, si PNP Junio. Nung umalis na po siya, dumating na po yung brother ko. Tapos pinuntahan po namin kung nasan si Lane, which is sa Terminal 4 Aviation PNP office. Pagdating po namin, wala na. So from Terminal 4, pumunta po ako sa Terminal 1, then that's when my brother came, Terminal 1. Nandun na po si Lane. So sa loob po ng investigation area, nakaupo po yung si Lane, tapos ako po nasa isang desk. Nandun po sa loob si Maria El Masenya. At saka po, isang PNP officer po na hindi ko po sigurado kung ang name niya is Mr. Romy Navarro. Pero kasi wala po siyang nameplate eh. Pero ang sabi niya po sa akin, ang last name niya Navarro. Sabi niya po kay Miss Senya, may media sa labas. Sabi niya, i-interviewin ka daw. Kung ganyan, tuluyan na natin to. While I was there. Pero sinabi po nila yon sa Tagalog. So, hindi po naintindihan nila yun. And then, humarap po sa akin yung tao nga po na yun, nang sabi niya sa akin, ma'am, tuluyan mo na yung anak mo. Kasi ang anak mo, foreigner yan. Dito sa Pilipinas, kawawa ang buhay niyan, maruruwi ng buhay niyan. Kung ako sa'yo, tulungan mo na. When he said that, I was shocked. Kasi po, ano po bang tulong ang dapat kong gawin para sa stepson ko? na maruruin ng buhay daw po. At inulat niya po uli yung sinabi na twice na po yun sinabi. And bukod pa doon, napa-fingerprint na nga po siya, na mugshot na din. Before po kami pasakayin sa van, on the way po sa inquest, si Miss Maria L. Masenya po, she grabbed my arm in a nice way. And she said, sana ma'am, dapat po, inamin nyo na lang na inyo yan kasi buntis naman po kayo. Total, may humanitarian law naman. That's what she said. And hindi po ako nag-react kasi hindi ko alam kung ano po yung ibig na sabing humanitarian law sa buntis. I have no clue what she was talking about. But I responded to her and I said, ma'am, bakit ko naman po aaminin? I know that's the easier way out, to say that it's mine and I'm pregnant. But I told her, we are Christians. Hindi po kami pwedeng magsinungaling sa ganong maliit na bagay just to have an easy way out. So, yun po yung nangyari.
Okay. You mentioned that your original flight was postponed. So, dahil doon, dinala kayo ng airline sa hotel at nag-overnight kayo sa hotel. Hindi po ba?
Yes, sir.
And bago na postpone yan, dumaan na kayo ng screening.
Yes, sir.
At nung dumaan kayo ng screening sa OTS, walang nakita.
Wala po.
Tapos pumunta kayong hotel, nag-overnight kayo sa hotel, at bumalik kayo the next day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that means, if the allegation that the bullet was put by Lane there was true, Lane should have put it that night while he was in the hotel.
Yes, sir. And they found the .22 caliber bullet that is Philippine made.
Philippine made.
Opo.
Ryan, you were saying this a while ago about they were holding the flap while they were
Sir.
bringing it across the conveyor, the X-ray machine. Could you recount that?
Yes. Well, after it had come through the conveyor for, I don't know which time it was, 6th or 7th time, Mr. Marvin Garcia was holding the outer flap open, parallel to the floor, while
So the outer flap was open parallel to the floor
Right.
while it was going through the.
well, it had already gone through the conveyor belt. It was fixed. It was at the end of the conveyor where it was
Okay.
stationary.
Okay.
But Mrs. Senya was digging through the main portion of the bag, looking, I guess, for the alleged bullet, while Mr. Garcia was just supporting the flap with nothing in it. But it's just the outer part of the bag.
Why, if he did not hold the flap, would the flap fall down to the floor, or was
Well-
the flap attached to the bag?
Well, it's attached to the bag.
That's why it's a flap, right?
It's not made out of glass, so I mean it wouldn't have shattered or anything. It's just a flap with nothing in
Okay.
it. But his hands were underneath it,
His hands were underneath the flap.
which is where the outer flap was that the bullet was found eventually.
Okay.
So I'm not saying that he inserted the bullet at that time, but it was a little curious as to why he spent so much time supporting this flap with nothing in it.
Okay. And in the video that I saw, they passed through the X-ray several times. Did they tell you the reason why?
What they told me was they were trying to find something.
They were trying to find something.
Yes. And then almost at the end of my video, which is the very, very last part where they put the luggage in the conveyor for how many times, that's when they called me and said, here it is. That's when they told me. But when I asked Lane, when did they show you the x-ray? He said, Lane, for how many times did they put the luggage in the conveyor before they showed you the x-ray?
About 6 or 7 times.
6 or 7 times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now I understand you're charged in the Pasay City Regional Trial Court. And I understand the case is not going through because of what? Why did it not go through?
Because we believe that what they said was the OTS hired a private lawyer. So, of course, the judge needs to give them 10 days to submit evidence. And then after 10 days, our lawyer would have a comment after 5 days. And so they have to restudy the case. That's what they said.
And your complaint, I understand you filed a complaint with the NBI against the OTS officers and the police officers.
Yes, sir, we did file.
How did that go?
Well, our investigator said that he requested a series of CCTV and X-ray from the OTS but they responded with a letter that yes, we would send it to you, but he has never gotten them. So our charges has not went through because there were no enough evidences. Our investigator needs the CCTV from them and the X-ray before he can file our charges. So nakahang pa po yun.
So you mean the NBI cannot investigate because the video material is still with OTS and OTS has not
yes,
yet.
sir.
Not yet. We'll get to you later. Has not yet. Okay, there's a request that you answer it.
Mr. Chair, since they're here, maybe they can answer it now. Is it true, sir, that hindi pa napapadala yung video, Mr. Chair?
Yusek?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yung pong CCTV video is not within the jurisdiction po ng ano.
Can you
ng
speak
OTS.
louder, please? Closer to the mic.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, yung pong CCTV na nire-request is not within the jurisdiction po ng ano ng OTS. It is with the airport po.
I see General Honrado is making a face. General, it seems you want to respond to that, please.
Your Honor, I believe that the footage of the CCTV is with the OTS because it was shown to us during the visit of
Nako,
the...
ito nga sinasabi ko, may kapalpakan, nagtuturoan na eh.
Mr. Chair.
Yusek, General already said it's not within their jurisdiction. You're saying it's not within your jurisdiction. Kanino ba? Janitorial services?
Mr. Chairman, may I be clarified as far as that particular request on CCTV footage po?
You mean you're not aware that there is a request for CCTV footage to be submitted to the NBI? Are you aware or are you not aware? You're not aware.
I'm not aware of the request.
Eh talagang walang mangyayari sa complaint nila. Yeah. NBI is represented here, or DOJ if you would wish to, anyone from DOJ, NBI. NBI, please. State your name, please.
Manuel Antonio Duarte, the Chief of Anti-Organized and Transnational Crime Division, the Head of Task Force Talaba. As of this moment, sir, we have yet to receive the response from OTS regarding that CCTV footage.
To whom did you give the request? To the airport authorities or to OTS?
OTS, sir. It was originally handled by our National Capital Region Command, but upon creation of the task force, the case was turned over to us.
Okay, there you have it. Tignan nyo to. Ito ang sinasabi ko, kapalpakan ng sistema. Yusek Recomono, it seems you have a lot of catching up to do.
Sir, per my advice,
Who's advising you? You're the head of the agency. You should be able to answer it. You
yes,
just
Your
said that you have no jurisdiction. Do you retract that now, that you have jurisdiction? Do you have possession at least? If you don't have jurisdiction, do you have possession?
wala po kaming possession as far as the CCTV.
So how will the complaint proceed now? How will the victims get justice now?
Mr. Chair, this is not a question, it's just a manifestation. No? Secretary Abaya and the whole group here told the media that they are investigating and they will fully coordinate and cooperate with the NBI. Kung hindi pa tayo nag-hearing ngayon, hindi nyo pa bibigyan ng kopya ang NBI ng CCTV at wala pang may alam kung nasaan yung footage, anong klaseng cooperation sa investigation ang sinasabi nyo sa media? So let me put that on record,
Yes,
Mr.
okay.
Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
Maybe we can start questions.
just a quick point of
Okay.
information on this subject. Who, as a general principle, sino ang may jurisdiction sa CCTV sa airport? Lahat ng CCTV, marami tayong nakikitang CCTV. Yung mga nakuna ng yung na-record, yung video na re-record ng CCTV, sinong administrador na namamahala doon sa mga video na yon? Ang airport ba?
General, I see you want to answer.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, we do. We have the custody of we are the one operating the CCTVs.
So, nasa sa inyo ngayon ang CCTV nung yung mga naganap nung for the family White and Suleta.
We have the original footage, Your
You have
Honor.
the original footage.
Yes, Your Honor.
So why have you not provided it to the NBI or to the family?
We were not asked to provide the ano, sir. But I believe that OTS has already the copy of the CCTV.
Who has already the copy?
The OTS.
But the original, the jurisdiction is under you.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what did you do? You provided a copy to OTS.
Yes, Your Honor.
You did not provide a copy to the investigating agency, which is the NBI.
As far as I know, there was no request for NBI, Your Honor.
There was no request for NBI. Maybe perhaps may ask you to make another copy and provide the NBI so their case may proceed.
We'll do that, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes, let's make it clear. The NBI said they made the request to the OTS. But Yusek, you should have responded at least to the NBI. You know, you have victims here crying out for justice, people spending nights in jail, and you're dilly-dallying.
Your Honor, nandito po yung request nila and we responded to that particular request. Ang request lang po ng NBI sa amin is yung list of personnel po. Nandito po yung ano. At we
Nako,
responded
eto
po.
na. Tapos, NBI, hindi ka daw nag-request ng video.
Yes, sir.
Listahan lang daw.
This case was originally handled by our NCR, and we were told that there is an outstanding request before their office. In addition, upon assumption of this task force, we again requested the OTS for that one, for 201 file, duty schedule of OTS, and other records, sir.
Ay, clear case ng turuan ito. Claro. Yes, Miss Soleta.
Sir, just to clarify, our investigator with the NBI has requested 3 things. The X-ray footage of the luggage that they found a bullet. Second one is the CCTV. And the third one is the standard operating procedure. And our NBI investigator during that time has a copy of the letter they sent to them. And the OTS has responded to our investigator saying that, yes, we will send it to you. Our NBI investigator has a copy, sir. So that investigator was waiting for the actual 3 things that he's been requesting. So if you guys would need proof, that investigator, sir, has copies of letters that were sent and received. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sir Chair, just one question relevant to that.
Yes, Senator
To the White and Zuleta
Cayetano.
family, no? From that time that this happened to you till today, has anyone from the office of the OTS Administrator Rocomono or from Chief Superintendent Balagtas, General Manager Honrado, or Secretaries Abaya's office interviewed you and got your side?
No, sir.
Wala.
Wala po kaming na-receive na letter, text, call. No, nothing, sir.
Like what we're doing now, no one gave you the opportunity for this side.
No, sir.
So, Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of the Senator, Secretary Abayas here. Sir, you told the media you're investigating and you will get to all sides. They're saying now no one from the 4 offices have asked them their side. So are you investigating, or from your point of view, sila nang guilty?
Definitely not. I sincerely believe they're not guilty. I think they have nothing. They had no intent on committing a violation of law. We continue to.
If that's the case, sir, then why is there a case pending against them, and why isn't any of the 4 offices assisting or asking them for their side? Dapat ni hindi final yan sa fiscal's office if there was an investigation. But none of the 4 offices daw went to them. So they just left it to the police officers after the media, bahala na sila sa buhay nila.
Well, first of all, the investigation that is ongoing. OTS is conducting its own administrative investigation for violations of their personnel. I think Aviation Security Group is doing the same. But as briefed to me, the procedure is once a detection is made, automatic based on the standard operating procedures, this is turned over to the Aviation Security Group. The Aviation Security Group, as the law enforcer, then coordinates with the prosecutor, who then eventually starts the judicial process. So,
Yeah, sir, let me interrupt you there. That is the normal criminal investigation. So if someone nakuha ng bala, you describe the normal criminal investigation. But they are saying here, they are the victims. And sa media, sinabi ng all of your offices, this will be investigated. But until this time, none of their offices, OTS or the Aviation Security Group, has even interviewed them. So, from their point of view, won't there still be fear? From the people going to the NAIA, yung everyday na pasero, don't there will be fear na yung sila ang biktima in their eyes, but none of the offices here has tried to get their side? What kind of investigation is that? If none of your offices went to them, ang iniimbestigahan nyo lang yung personnel nyo. Yung alleged victim, hindi nyo ini-interview.
Well, I think it's quite difficult for a office like OTS to actually extend the investigation to the passengers, because we believe, I think from their end, once it enters the judicial process, DOJ or prosecutors or the PNP would be in a better position to
Secretary,
get the full
excuse
picture.
me, I'm sorry, but that's absolutely wrong. Because it should not enter the judicial process until their side is heard. The investigators, the police, the OTS, etc., will make the first determination. Who is the victim here and who is the guilty party? If they weren't even asked and they complained, then their side was not, dun sa level na yun, walang due process. Anyway, I'll re-answer it later, Secretary, so that they can brief you as it goes along. My point is, sumabog na tong buong issue, and those who are complaining, panay sa korte nagpapaliwanag. Dapat sa airport pa lang, meron na silang opportunity na magsumbong at makakuha ng relief. No? I think you see that problem now, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Secretary.
That happens at the level of the Aviation Security Group, because OTS is not a law enforcer. It merely detects, and part of the procedures, upon detection, it's automatically turned over to the Aviation Security Group.
Yes, sir, but you promised us through the media after your meeting in Malacanang that all of this will be investigated. Pero kung hindi pa sila pumunta ng Senado, none of you here are getting their side. So you're not investigating it. An investigation is where you ask both sides, you gather the facts. No one went to them to gather the facts. So in your eyes, they're already guilty.
As I've said, Your Honor, no. From the very start,
then why
I
is
feel that they are not guilty of. Probably I'd allow OTS
Yes.
and Aviation Security
And
Group
anyway,
to
you get my
explain
point, Mr. Chair.
their procedures, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
if
go
they
ahead.
can clarify that. Now, the Secretary said in his eyes, they're not yet guilty. But there is a complainant in the city prosecutor's office. Who is the complainant here? Is it the Aviation Security Group? General, can you answer?
Yes, sir, Honors. The Aviation Security Group is the one that is the complainant, sir.
So, as far as your office is concerned, they're the guilty party.
Actually, sir, Your Honor, we are investigating the case together with the SPO2 Clarin, as well as we are just getting deeper to the case right now, sir.
And
Your
until
Honor.
now, which is how many days after their case started? Ma'am, when was your case? September 17, sir. So you're waiting 2 months before you will interview them?
We are in the investigation process, Your Honor.
And in the meantime, you have filed a case against them sa...
That was,
sa
yes, Your Honor.
so
We have
shouldn't you
filed
pull out the case from there while you're investigating?
We'll check
An
on it.
investigation means you are looking who is right or wrong. You're listening to both sides. So yung kanang kamay nyo, sir, nag-file na ng kaso, sinasabi ng guilty sila. Yung kaliwa nyong kamay, hindi naman sila tinatanong kung ano nangyayari. In the meantime, everyone who goes to the airport is now bulletproofing their bags. Because they feel, if they tell us or any airport authority, sir, nilagay yan, hindi amin, a case will be filed before someone listens to them. This is what all of this is about. It's about fear. And, sir, no one has talked to them. You don't see a problem with that?
There is a problem, Your Honor. We are looking into that, sir.
Okay, so, Mr. Chair, maybe before we finish this hearing, a protocol can be put in that the investigation be done before the filing of the case. And let's take out the fear from the people when they go to the airport na may masusumbungan sila, sir.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I'd like to subpoena the CCTV tapes. Who can provide me the tapes? General, can you provide the committee with the tapes?
Will do, sir.
Okay. NBI, all the communications that you have with the OTS and with the MIA, if there is any, please provide us. OTS,
Yes, sir.
any correspondence you have on this matter with the NBI and the ABSECOM, please provide.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You are hereby subpoenaed. Huh?
Mr. Chair, on
Okay.
that same matter, may I also ask, how about the other victims or alleged victims who are here? Has anyone from the 4 offices interviewed also them or got their side?
Senator.
Or may I ask, Mr. Chair, who would want to answer? Go ahead.
Okay, at this point, Senator Marcos would like to ask some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to direct my my questions to Ms. Gloria Ortiz, as it's her case. It's the one most familiar to me. Manang Gloria, saan kang agnenervyos? Agsaludsod kami laing, tapno mamuan tayo, no anya nga talaga ti napasamak. Amumi nga awan ti basol mo, gapo na nga na-dismiss, jay kasum, jay DOJ. Okay? Kaya,
Yes, po.
saan kayo nagdenervyos? I just told the witness to in Ilocano not to be nervous. We are just asking questions so that we'll know what happened. We know that she is not at fault because her case has already been dismissed by the DOJ. Okay, Manang? Okay. Kayo, Manang Gloria, gaano katagal na kayong OFW?
26 po, sir.
26 years. 26 years hanggang ngayon. No, kayo ba sa tinatrabahuhan nyo ngayon, ilang taon na kayo nagtatrabaho doon sa yung inyong amo?
13 years po, sir.
13 years. Nakailang balik na sa Hong Kong lahat ng 26 years ninyo? Mana?
Pabalik-balik na po ako, sir.
Pero Hong Kong lang, hindi Singapore, hindi Middle East.
Hong Kong lang po.
Okay. Sa nakailang balik na kayo? Nabilang nyo ba kung ilan ang balik na ninyo sa Hong Kong? At masyado na marami?
Marami na po.
Bawat taon siguro nakakailang balik kayo? Isang pampasko siguro.
Opo.
Bakit kayo nauwi this time? Nauwi sa atin at itong pagbisita ninyo ngayon?
Itong pagbisita ko po ito, sir, dahil 3 years anniversary yung nanay ko noong October 6.
3 years death anniversary.
Yes.
Din nanay mo. Okay. Ngayon, so sa pagbalik-balik ninyo ng mula Paway, Manila, papuntang Hong Kong, nagka-problema ba kayo na kahit na anong klaseng problema? May nagreklamo ba kayo na sa inyo? Meron ba kayong nahulihan ba kayo ng kontrabando? O na-overweight kayo? Nagkaroon ba kayo ng kahit na anong klaseng problema?
In 26 years po, sir, noon lang October 25, nangyari po sa akin po ito.
Noong October 25 lang nagkaganito?
Opo, sir.
Okay, ano ba talagang nangyari? Pakisabi lang sa amin kung ano yung nangyari, sa anong nangyari sa inyo mula nung pag-alis ninyo sa... Teka, kayo yung nanggaling sa Lawag bago magko-connecting flight sa Hong Kong?
Opo, sir.
Parehong araw?
Opo, sir.
Yung pag-alis ninyo sa Lawag, nagka-problema ba? Dinamba yung gamit ninyo sa X-ray?
Dumaan po, sir, ng X-ray machine po, sir.
Ng X-ray machine. Nagka-problema ba sa Lawag doon sa pagpasok ng inyong X-ray machine? Ng gamit sa X-ray machine?
Wala po, sir. Walang problema doon sa Lawag Airport po, sir.
Okay, so lumipad kayo ng Maynila, umalis pa ba kayo ng airport?
Hindi na po, sir.
So sa pagbaba ninyo sa Maynila, na pumunta na lang kayo sa kabilang terminal?
Terminal 2, bumaba ako sa Terminal 2 po, sir.
Bumaba ka sa Terminal 2.
Terminal 2 din po ang
Terminal 2
pinuntahan
din
ko.
so hindi ka umalis sa Terminal 2, bali?
Opo, sir.
Okay, so pagdating nyo sa anong nangyari? Sabihin niyo para malaman namin anong nangyari nung lumipat kayo, magche-check-in kayo at dumaan kayo bago kayo dumaan sa security check ng airport. Ano po nangyari?
Noong dumaan po ako sa entrance, Terminal 2, sa entrance po, noong na-extray na po yung hand carry ko po, may nakitaan nila sa screen na pataas na hindi ko naman alam po. Hinold nila po ako po.
Hinold, paano
Kung ano po din yung nasa x-ray.
Hinold kayo, pagdaan ng bag ninyo sa x-ray, hinold na kayo?
Opo sir, sinabihan nila ako kung ano yung nasa x-ray po.
So sa unang x-ray pa lang, hinold na kayo?
Opo sir.
Okay. So pag sinabi, pinapa-explain sa iyo kung ano yung nandoon sa x-ray. Nakita niyo ba po yung x-ray?
Opo sir, dahil ipinakita nila po sa akin kung ano yon.
So dinala ka doon sa likod ng x-ray para
Hindi po-
makita mo doon sa television yung ano yung nakikita nila.
Opo sir.
O ano yung nandoon?
Hindi tinanong ko kung ano po yon. Sabi ko hindi ko alam po.
Anong
May
tinatanong?
pataas po sir na guhit, pataas.
Pero hindi mo malaman kung ano yun.
Hindi ko po alam sir dahil x-ray po yun.
So sinabi mo sa mga opisyal, kilala nyo ba yung alam nyo ba yung mga pangalan ng mga opisyal na naka-uniforme ba sila?
Opo sir, pero sa nervyos ko nga noon sa pagdadali ko dahil na-late po kami galing sa Lawag City, 7 o'clock ang aking connecting flight ko, nagmamadali po ako.
Okay, so nung sinabi mo sa mga opisyal na hindi mo alam kung ano yung guhit na yun, anong nangyari?
Pinabuksan po nila po sa akin yung bag ko. Buksan mo, sabi nila po.
Okay, so binuksan ninyo?
Binuksan ko po.
Oo.
Inilagay ko sa may sa may blue na tray po.
Okay.
Yung mga laman yung hand carry ko po. Pagkatapos po, pinabalik, sabi nila, bumalik daw ako, i-extray po uli. Nung ina-extray ko po, nakita, hindi, mayroon pa rin po.
Yung guhit na naman?
Opo, sir.
Okay, okay, so nung dinaan pangalawang beses na pinadaan sa x-ray, pinatanggal nila yung ibang gamit ninyo?
Natanggal na po noon na pinaulit nila po na, sir.
So nung pumasok yung sa pangalawang beses, natanggalan na ng gamit lahat yun?
Opo, sir.
So sa pagkaalam ninyo, wala nang laman yung bag ninyo?
Opo, sir.
So sa pagkaalam ninyo, wala nang laman ng bag ninyo, sabay dinaan ulit sa x-ray?
Opo, sir, dahil tinaktak ko pa nga noon nga eh.
Anong tinaktak? Binaliktad ninyo? At, okay. So, nasa blue tray lahat ng laman ng bag?
Opo, sir.
Tapos hiwalay ngayon yung bag?
Inilagay ko ito yung tray po, sir. Tapos yung black na hand carry ko po, inilagay ko po. Hinawakan ko
so okay. So doon sa hand carry, doon sa tray na yon, walang ibang laman kung hindi yung bag ninyo?
Opo, at saka yung mga laman yung hand carry ko po, sir.
Pinagsama-sama?
Pinagsama
okay,
po.
so dumaan ulit ng x-ray. Anong nangyari po?
Meron pa uli, sir.
Nandun pa rin? Kung saan yung una niya yung nakita?
Opo, sir.
Ano ngayon ang nangyari sa inyo? Anong sinabi naman?
Nung sinabi na naman nila po sa akin, yung itinuro nila, hindi ko po alam. May nagsabi na isang lalaki, diyan sabi nila. Wala ako sa isip, diyan pala, yung sinabi nilang diyan yung side, yung hand carry ko po. Yung side pocket ng hand carry ko po, sir.
So, sinabi diyan, anong ikaw ang kausap? Sinasabi, ayan
Oo, kinapa ko po, sir.
Tapos, anong nangyari?
Nung kinapa ko, may nakapa ako sa side ng hand carry ko po.
Binunot mo yung
Opo, sir, dahil sinabi nila sa akin na
sinabi sa iyo na
nandyan kasi wala sa isip ko. Nakita ko yung hand carry ko po, may side po. Ito yung bag. Ito yung klase yung hand carry ko po.
Yung hand carry mo. Kaya di sinabi, ayan ano ngayon ang nangyari?
Kinapa ko dito sa
Kinapa mo, may naramdaman ka? Anong naramdaman mo?
Opo,
sir. Ano yung naramdaman
red na parang pouch, sir. Pouch.
May red pouch. Anong ginawa niyo dun sa red pouch?
Noong nakuha ko na itong red na ito, bigla kong binitiwan po, sir.
Bakit?
Nagulat po ako, sir, dahil alam ko naman na wala naman akong nailagay doon sa side ng hand carry ko po.
Nung nakita ninyo yung maliit na red na bag, alam ninyo kaagad hindi iyo yun?
Opo, sir. Itong ganito po.
Okay. So wala kang ganyang bag na ganon?
Ito po. Wala
Okay,
po.
so pagbitaw mo nung maliit na red bag, anong nangyari?
Nasa ano na po, sahig na po.
Anong nangyari dun sa red bag na yun?
Sabi yung isang personal na babae na maiksi ang buhok, pulutin mo, sabi nila po. Ako po naman, ayaw kong pulutin. Dinidiin nila po na pulutin ko, pero ako ayaw kong pulutin.
Di nung ayaw niya yung pulutin, anong nangyari?
Nasabi ko sa kanila na fingerprint. Yan ang nasa isip ko noon dahil paghawakan ko uli at ma-fingerprint, ako na yon.
Talagang pero meron ka nang iniisip na may nangyayaring hindi maganda ba dahil natatakot ka na ma-fingerprint ka.
Natakot po ako, sir, dahil ayaw kong hawakan dahil
baka malagyan ng fingerprint mo maging problema.
Opo.
Okay. Nung ayaw mong kunin yung red bag, ano nang tuloy nang nangyari?
Yung isang extra personal po, sir, dinala ko po ako doon sa malapit din doon sa extra machine. May kwarto po doon, sir, na nakadamit sila ng white uniform.
White uniform?
Opo. Nakaputi sila po, sir.
Is the white
parang nakabarong sila po, sir.
So hindi na naka-uniforme ng pulis, kundi nakaparang barong na
Polo barong po, sir.
Polo
Hindi
barong.
police po, sir.
Okay.
Dahil hindi ko na-specify.
basta't hindi naka-uniforme ng pulis.
Opo, sir.
Okay, so pagpasok ninyo doon sa maliit na kwarto, ilan ang tao doon nakasama mo na opisyal?
Mga 5 sila, sir. Pagtapos including yung isang kasama ko na babae sa galing kami sa X-ray.
Meron pa bang ibang tao doon sa maliit na kwarto na nag-aantay na mukhang nagka-problema din? O kayo lang dalawa nung iyong kasama?
Noon habang na ini-interview po nila po ako, sir, may pumasok na isang lalaki na kasama ko noong October 25 na bala din po, sir.
Bala din ang problema.
Opo,
Anyway,
sir.
sige. Ano ngayon ang ginawa ng 5 opisyal na kasama mo doon sa loob ng maliit na kwarto?
In-interview po nila po ako, sir.
Anong tinanong sa inyo?
Kung taga saan po ako, sinabi ko, taga Paway, Ilocos Norte po ako. Ay, Marcos. Tumahimik ako. Ay, Marcos, sabi nila po. Ako po ay tumahimik.
Nabanggit nila yung pangalan Marcos?
Opo, sir. Kaya
dahil-
nga natakot po nga ako, sir, nung araw na.
Bakit ka naman matatakot?
Kasi nga nung tinanong nila ako kung taga saan po ako, nung sinabi ko na taga Paway, Ilocos Norte po ako, nung nasabi nila Marcos, kasi alam ko na ang Marcos ay from Ilocos Norte po.
Okay, so pati yung pagka-Ilocana mo at saka immediately sinabi ay mga maka-Marcos ka.
Hindi naman po, basta Marcos.
Marcos. Sige. So ninervyos ka na.
Opo, kaya nga sinabi ko nga noon habang na ini-interview nila ako, talagang nanginginig po ako talaga sa takot.
Nanginginig.
Opo, sir. Sinabi ko pa nga na
Sorry
ninenervyos.
manang, sinasabi nito mga kasama, ako palang may kasalanan kung bakit kayo hinuli. Na ako'y mag-apologize po ako sa inyo kung gano'n ang nangyari. Pagkasabi, sinabi mo Paway, Ilocos Norte, sinabi, Ilocano, Marcos, anong kasunod na
Ini-interview ako na kung bakit kasi talagang may usap-usapan na kami doon sa loob nga noon nga, sir, nga humihingi ako ng tulong sa kanila dahil yung flight ko alas 7, nandun pa ako, naditin ako doon, nang interview ako. Kasi, bakit aminin mo na kasi papaaminin? Kaya pagkatas habang
paano pagkasabi yung aminin nyo na? Bakit? Saan
habang na
napunta yung usapan?
ini-interview po ako, sir.
Ano mga tinatanong sa inyo?
Yung
Pagkatapos itanong kung saan kayo galing, ano yung tinanong sa inyo?
Tinanong,
tinanong kayo na kung saan kayo galing. Sabi ninyo, Paway, Ilocos Norte. Sinabi, ay Marcos. Ano yung sumunod na tanong?
Kung mayroon pang kung may bundok ang Paway, kung ako ay yung sila ang nagsabi nga noong kung hilig ko ng anting-anting or agimat, sabi ko Hindi ko, wala naman ako yung mga anting-anting noong kapahunan pa ngayon. Pero sa ngayon, wala na po ngayon yung magaganon na anting-anting.
Okay, pagkatapos
Pagkatapos, sabi yung isang pinaka-boss nila, openin mo. Ito, inopen nila po ito.
sino nag-open? Kayo o yung official?
Yung naka-uniform ng pulis nga noon, si Ballesteros po.
Yung isang Ballesteros.
Noong nakita nila yung red na ito po, sir,
Oo.
bala pala.
Anong nangyari pagkatapos na nilang makita na may bala sa loob?
May ipinaperma nila po sa akin.
Anong ipinipapirma?
Ayaw ko noong permaan po, sir.
Pinirmahan mo, pero sa una ayaw mong pirmahan.
Ayaw kong permahan.
So-
pero kung nung sabi nila po,
Bakit mo raw pipirmahan? Bakit nila pinapipirma sa inyo yung papel?
hindi ko po ang alam, sir. Kasi noong nakita nila ito, nabala na po, may ipapaperma. Pero sa akin, ayaw ko. Pero ang sabi nila, kung hindi ako susunod, pupusasan nila ako. Natakot po ako dahil kung kasi ayaw kong pumirmahan, sir, dahil hindi naman nila pinabasa sa akin or binasa nila sa harapan ko.
Hindi nyo nabasa kung ano yung papel na pinapipirma sa inyo.
Hindi po.
Hanggang ngayon, hindi nyo alam kung ano yung papel na yon.
Hindi po.
Pero never na ninyo pinirmahan yung papel.
Pinirmaan ko po.
Kailan nyo, pinirmahan nyo rin?
Pinirmaan
Bakit ninyo pinirmahan kung hindi pinabasa sa inyo at hindi ninyo alam kung ano yung pinipirmahan ninyo?
Kasi sabi nila kung hindi ako susunod, pupusasan nila po ako. Kaya nga pinirmaan ko po, sir.
So, nung sinabihan kang pupusasan ka, pinirmahan mo na lang.
Pinirmaan ko po, sir.
Okay, pagkatapos pagkapirma, anong nangyari?
Yan, kinukulit ko po din sila na sana ay palayain dahil yung sa akin, yung flight ko, kasi ibinigay ko pa yung passport at saka yung boarding pass ko po na Hong Kong, ay Manila to Hong Kong.
May nakuha ba kayong kopya nung napirmahan ninyong papel?
Wala po, sir.
Wala ka. Sa hanggang ngayon, hindi mo alam kung ano yung papel na yon.
Hindi po, sir.
Okay. Kayo ba, Mananglo, mahilig kayo sa mga baril? Mahilig kayo gumamit ng baril o nagpapaputok ba kayo ng baril? Nagpa-practice ba kayo ng shooting?
Hindi po, sir. Mahirap lamang po kami, wala kami pangbili ng yung mga ganyan.
Meron ba kayo sa bahay po ninyo, sa Paway? May
Wala.
adapalto?
Wala po, sir.
Okay, kayo ba ay nakahawak na ng baril sa buong buhay nyo?
Hindi po, sir.
Nakahawak na ba kayo ng bala sa buong buhay ninyo?
Hindi po, sir.
Naniniwala ba kayo sa mga anting-anting, mga agimat?
Sa kahapahunan nung mga ninuno ko, baka noon. Pero sa ngayon na, sir, hindi na ako maniniwala.
Oo, talaga doon sa atin, talagang pinapaniwalaan yan, lalo na mas mga nakakatanda sa atin, Manang. So, pagkatapos yung pinirmahan, anong nangyari? Pagkatapos yung pirmahan yung papel, anong nangyari?
Yan din po, sir. Hinihingi ko na palayain nila nga ako. Pero ang sabi nila, idinidiin nila na ipapaamin. Ayaw kong aminin. Bakit ko aaminin? Hindi ko naman sa akin yan. Sabi nila, galing daw, yung sa bag ko, yung red, yung bala na yon. Ayaw ko talagang aminin.
Pagka nung sinabi mo, hindi ko aaminin, anong sinabi ng mga opisyal sa'yo?
Magtatahimik sila po doon din. Kasi, nung umalis na po kami doon, sir, dahil sinabi ko kay Ballesteros, kasi connecting flight ako, yung luggage ko, from Lawag City to Hong Kong, di sinabi ko, binigay ko yung boarding pass ko. Sir, paano na yung luggage ko? Sabi ko ganun, huwag kang mag-alala. Makukuha mo. Di naghintay po kami doon sa malapit. Doon din po, sir, sa malapit ng escalator.
Okay, so nang sinabi, binigay mo yung boarding card mo, sabi nila, okay lang, walang problema. Anong nangyari pagkatapos?
Hindi po nila ako tinulungan, sir, na ipakancel po sana yung Philippine Airline ko na papuntang Hong Kong.
Basta pinabayaan ka na? O
Kasama ko din, pero hindi nila ako tinulungan po sana na i-cancel yung flight ko.
Anong ginawa ninyo pagkatapos nyo
Ang
ibigay?
ginawa yung hinintay namin yung luggage ko po. Pagkatapos nag-elevator po kaming tumaas. Yun, nakita ko mga pulis na. May notebook na nag-signature ako doon.
Parang logbook kung sa
Opo.
pagpasok mo doon sa opisina na
Mga pulis na po
mga
yun.
pulis na ito.
Opo, sa
Okay,
taas
anong
po.
nangyari ngayon doon sa nung nasa opisina ng mga pulis? Anong nangyari sa inyo?
Wala na po, sir. Umupo lang ako. Pagkatapos humingi ako ng tulong, parang matawagan ko ang mga pamilya ko. May 3 numero po doon. Pero noong yung isang pulis na babae, doon niya nakontak yung number, yung anak ko po.
So yung pulis na babae ang tumawag sa anak ninyo?
Opo, kasi telephone na po yun.
Tapos binigay sa iyo, nakausap naman ninyo?
Opo,
anak
nakausap ko.
Okay, anong nangyari pagkatapos nun?
Noong nakausap ko yung anak ko, kasi nasa Ilocos yung anak ko po, sir.
Anong pagkatapos, anong pinag-usapan ninyo? Binalitaan mo lang siya, medyo nagka-problema.
Opo, sir. Kinausap ko na siya na hindi na ako nakabalik sa Hong Kong. Na-detain ako dahil may balang nailagay sa hand carry ko po. Pagkatapos, lumuwas na yung anak ko papuntang Maynila, diretso doon sa ano ko.
Okay, pagkatapos yung nakausap ang anak ninyo sa telepono, anong nangyari na?
May pinuntahan po naman kami na pina-check up nila ako dahil sinabi ko nga noon na ako ay nanenervyos. Baka maatake po ako kako.
So dinala ka sa isang clinic?
Clinic po.
Tapos may doktor na tumingin sa inyo?
Mga naka-blue, nakadamit ng blue.
Okay, pero doon sa tiga-clinic?
Opo, sa taas din doon sa Terminal 2, sir.
Okay, sa taas ng Terminal 2, dinala ka sa clinic. Pagkatapos kayong tinignan, sinabi, okay naman kayo?
Mataas po mataas talaga.
Mataas ang presyon ninyo?
Opo.
Anong sinabing mataas ang presyon ninyo, anong nangyari? Anong sumunod na nangyari?
Bumaba po kami, kasama ko si PO1 Ballesteros, sa baba ng airport na, dinala ko po ako sa pulis. Kasama ko yung mga extra personnel noon.
Okay. Anong nangyari doon nung nandun ka na naman sa opisina ng pulis kasama yung mga X-ray persons? Ano na nangyari?
In-interview ako yung investigador po, sir.
Anong tinatanong sa inyo?
Yan, gumawa ng statement. Pagkatapos, yun.
Pero anong tinatanong ninyo? May abogado ba kayong kasama nito?
Noong araw po, sir?
Oo, yung nandun kayo sa pulis.
Wala po ho, sir. Dahil yung araw na yun, sir, nung gabi na yun, wala pa ho pa akong abogado dahil walang-wala ako, sir.
So, anong oras na kaya ito? Nung galing ka sa clinic, bumalik ka na naman sa opisina ng pulis, anong oras na yun?
Mga alas 7 na yata nga noon,
so,
sir.
wala na talaga yung flight mo?
Opo.
Sige, so, nandun ka ngayon sa opisina ng mga pulis, anong nangyari doon? Sinasabi, gagawa ka ng statement.
Sila noon po, sir.
Sila ang gagawa ng statement?
Yung investigador po, sir.
Anong sabi niya tungkol sa statement?
Gumagawa nga noon yung mga parang biodata ko, profile ko na pangalan ko, kung taga saan ako, ganun. Pinapirma nila sa akin. Binasa ko na rin yun. Okay, yung
okay
binasa
naman.
ko. Okay.
Yung mga detalye lang?
Opo, yung personal data ko po, sir.
Okay, pagkatapos na binigay mo yung data mo, anong nangyari?
Yan din na sir, na-late na nga ako. Hindi mo kasi inamin nga sabing ganun.
Kaya kasi hindi nyo inamin, ano ngayon?
Ipapaamin nila na yung bala ay sa akin. Hindi ko talaga inamin po, sir.
Nung ayaw mong aminin ulit, anong nangyari? Anong ginawa ng mga opisyal?
Wala na, dahil nagtatype na din noon, kagaya din yung ginawa nila sa akin, at saka yung mga extra personnel, gumagawa din noon. Kasi kinabukasan, yan na dumating po yung anak ko.
Pero ano, ikaw ba pinauwi ka na? Pinabayaan kang umuwi pagkatapos nung
Noong nandun ako sa kwarto, sir, noong
Oo.
nag-uusap-usap din sila, umalis din ako sa kwarto dahil na akong pinaalis din nila.
So pinabayaan ka nang umalis.
Oo, doon pumunta ako sa ibang kwarto po, sir.
Pero kasama pa rin yung mga opisyal.
Hindi na po, sir, dahil nandun din yung mga ibang mga personnel na sa X-ray po.
So may nakabantay sa iyo, in other words, may nakabantay sa inyo doon sa Attorney Farolan, you want to add something?
Your Honor, just a clarification
Yes.
regarding the matter dahil napapansin nga po natin medyo
She's very
minsan
nervous. I know.
na
That's
nervyoso. Ang kaklaruhin lang po base dun sa salaysay po niya dun sa loob ng investigation room. Pagkatapos po niyang imbestigahan yung interview niya, sinunod po yung 3 OTS personnel. We just want isa lang sa gusto naming panote is we just wanted it noted that after the second OTS personnel was interviewed, nung pangatlo na, she was asked to go out of the room. So hindi siya yung lumabas ng kwarto, pinalabas siya ng kwarto, doon na siya lumipat sa holding room sa kabila.
Okay, when she was in the holding room sa kabila, anong nangyari doon sa holding room? Mananglo.
Umupo din ako diyan.
Oo.
Doon ako natulog po, sir.
Doon ka natulog nung gabing yun?
Opo, sir.
So hindi ka maaring umuwi o umalis?
Hindi po, sir.
So bali naka-detain ka na?
Opo, sir.
Ano nangyari paggising mo nung umaga?
Hindi po ako nakatulog buong gabi po, sir.
Well, hindi naman katakataka yun kung ano-anong nangyari sa inyo. Pero anong sunod na nangyari? Wala nang kumausap sa inyo nung buong gabi?
Dumating yung, hinintay ko lang po na dumating po yung anak ko galing sa Ilocos. Diretso nagbus, diretso na po doon, nagtaksi, mga 6 o'clock po. Ng umaga po, diretso po doon.
Okay, pagdating ng anak ninyo, anong nangyari?
Nagtawag na po sa mga kamag-anak namin, like Attorney Farolan, our family friend. Yan po, dumamay din si Attorney, yung araw na din.
Okay. Thank you, Manang Gloria Nalpase.
Thank
I will
you.
ask, what time, Attorney Farolan, did you arrive at the airport I presume, represent Ms. Ortiz?
Around after lunch, Your Honor.
So it was already after lunch?
Yes, Your Honor.
That you got there?
Yes,
And
Your
what
Honor.
did you find?
Well, pagdating po doon, nakita ko na po si Nanay Gloria. Yun yung first time namin na meet kasi nga po hindi ko alam kung ano yung connection namin nung nagpunta ako doon. Kasama na po niya si Maricon. Ang una po naming hinanap yung investigador. Pinakilala po na investigador was a female police officer.
What is her name?
Si De Padua, if I
De Padua.
remember. I think it was De Padua. One of the
She is a policewoman?
a police officer, Your Honor.
She was in
A female police officer, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Your
She
Honor.
was in uniform?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
She was in the blue barong uniform of the police, Your Honor.
Okay, so please proceed.
Yes. Then after when I asked her, I just want to note that she was the one who was said to be the official investigator, but in fact it was a different investigator who investigated Nanay Gloria Sunday night. So these are two different investigators because we want to also point out the importance of the gender aspect of the situation. When female detainees are being interviewed and subjected to interrogation by males. Sa amin po, may issues sa amin din yun dahil may epekto po yun sa tao.
Yes, naturally. But to get back, I just want to establish the timeline. Ano?
Nung pagdating ko po ng hapon, tinanong ko kaagad bakit hindi pa na-inquest. Ang paliwanag po nila, hindi pa raw naayos yung papel, kinukumpleto pa raw po nila, at inaantay pa na raw nila yung mga tao.
So wala pa yung anong sumunod na nangyari? But
nung nag-antay pa po ako doon, nung nag-antay po ako ay nung napansin ko na parang hindi gumagalaw. Nagtanong ulit ako, ba't hindi pa nag-inquest? Dapat kagabi pa nga to na-inquest na. So I became a bit insistent on the inquest.
What time was this?
This was already around 4 o'clock. Around 4 o'clock.
Okay.
Ang sinabi na nila sa amin, sa akin, isasabay-sabay na lang po namin. I think there were 2 other persons under custody with a similar case. Isasabay-sabay na raw sila. Sabi ko, bakit kailangan pang antayin nyo itong mga taong to, dapat nauna nang na-inquest tong si Nanay Gloria. Well, they couldn't explain it, so sige, tanggapin natin. It was still within the 32-hour period, so by 4:30, around 4:30, doon na po kami gumayak papuntang Pasay City Hall, kung nasan po yung Pasay City Prosecutor's Office. Nung dumating po kami doon, mga past 5, we waited a bit, around 5:30, 6 o'clock, nag-umpisa yung inquest proceeding against Nanay Gloria. Siya po yung nauna. Then doon nga po pinresenta nung sinubente po ng police with the OTS personnel yung written investigation report, which also serves as the complaint against Nanay Gloria. The charge was violation of RA 10591 without specifying what particular section. Then when we further look into the complaint, naka-attach na po doon yung mga statements, of course, ng OTS personnel. Ang lumalabas po na complainants doon was the police officer, CPO1 Ballesteros, and the three OTS personnel, Galang, Abella, and Rosal. Nung tiningnan na po namin yung mga dokumento, even their statements, so they were made to swear before the fiscal on the veracity and truth of the documents and the attachments. Nung tiningnan po namin yung attachments nila at doon po namin nakita yung larawan ng bala na sinasabi nilang bala daw na nakuha galing sa bag ni Nanay Gloria. Nakakapagtaka po dahil bago kami umalis sa presinto, the police station, before we left, I had the chance to have a glimpse of the bullet that was of the actual bullet which they said was the one they confiscated from Nanay Gloria, and it was totally different. The one appearing on the picture is it was short, stout, rounded tip, silver yung tinatawag nating projectile o yung tingga. I have a picture here. If
yan yung nasa red bag.
Ito yung nasa red bag daw. Nilabas na. There was a picture.
Yes, I'd like to have a look at the photograph and say. And then yung pagdating ninyo sa Pasay City Hall,
they also when we noted that, we asked Assistant City Prosecutor Willie Chan, Your Honor, if may you please request them to present the actual bullet. When they presented the actual bullet, it was placed in a bag, in a resealable plastic bag, a small resealable plastic bag. It contained a red cloth pouch with some small, I think those were beads, a bead-looking. There were plastic beads, and there was also a bullet inside. But the actual bullet, if you'd notice, is long.
Yes.
It was narrow, long, pointed, with a brown tip. I took the liberty of I asked the honorable prosecutor to have a photo taken of the
Attorney Spaki,
yes.
could you just submit that to the pictures to the before you continue? No, I'm not stopping you, to the committee so that we can have it part of our records.
Yes, Your Honor.
And at this point, I'd just like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Ralph Recto and Senator Sunny Trillanes. We'd also like to, well, she was here a while ago, acknowledge Senator Leticia Shahani. I guess she stepped out. Anyway, proceed.
Yes, Attorney Farolan. Okay, after you asked, you questioned the assistant prosecutor Chan about the bullets and asked for a photograph to be taken. What happened then?
So they produced this small plastic. It was a resealable plastic with those things inside. A red cloth pouch inside with some beads. I think small debris of plastics and a bullet. But if you compare the bullet was narrow. It was mahaba, patulis, payat, patulis, at dark yung brown yung tingga, yung dulo, which was totally different from the one in the picture. The one in the picture was short, stout, rounded tip, and the color of the tip of the projectile was somewhat silver, indicating that it could actually be a reload of a 9mm reload.
Yeah, for the record, Mr. Chairman, I've looked at the photographs. The photograph that was taken in the airport is of, I believe, a 9mm 9mm cartridge, and the photograph that was taken in the Pasay City Hall is of a 30 caliber carbine cartridge, which is entirely different. One is a rifle cartridge, the other one is a pistol cartridge.
Actually, Your Honor, there is also a debate as to what the caliber of the bullet was. Even the other bullet, personally, I think it's a 22 long rifle type of bullet, the actual bullet that they presented. But unfortunately, even the police officers there cannot identify what caliber was the bullet presented before the inquest fiscal. And if you look at the complaint itself, it failed to indicate what was the specific caliber of that bullet which was confiscated with Nanay Gloria, allegedly confiscated.
All right.
In the belongings of Nanay Gloria.
Okay, let's move on from the bullet. What happens after all of this discussion with the bullet was concluded? What happened then?
The bullet was, the discussion on the discrepancy on the bullet, of the photo of the bullet and the actual bullet, was critical because it made the inquest fiscal decide that, well, there seems to be a reasonable doubt on the identity of the bullet which was allegedly confiscated from Nanay Gloria, which I think really made him decide to recommend to the city prosecutor to have Nanay Gloria released without need of bail, released for further investigation, and instead of elevating the case to court like what happened to previous cases, he recommended that the case be subjected to the regular preliminary conference process, Your Honor. The following day, the city prosecutor... yes, sir.
Before the following day, at the end of the second day, was Manang Gloria still in detention?
Yes, Your Honor. She was, after the inquest proceedings, Nanay Gloria was brought back to the station where she spent another night. And the following day, she slept there. The following day, at around 10 o'clock, the Office of the City Prosecutor of Pasay City, City Prosecutor Fernandez, approved the recommendation of Assistant City Prosecutor Chan, which, again, released Nanay Gloria without bail, without need of bail, and recommending that it proceed not with a court, but with a regular preliminary conference process, Your Honor.
Very well. Thank you, Attorney. I'd like to direct my next questions to General Manager Honrado. General Manager Honrado, when did you first hear of this case?
Normally, Your Honor...
No, not normally. When did you first hear of this particular case?
At the end of the day, Your Honor, I get a report of the cases and unusual happening at the airport.
Let me try to be as specific as I can. The case of Miss Gloria Ortines, when did you first hear of it?
I'm not so sure anymore, Your Honor, of the time and the date of where I got it.
Was it the day after, the same day that she was detained? Was it while she was already spending the night in Pasay City Detention Center? When did you?
Your Honor, in most of the time, I get it at the end of the day.
Most of the time, does not really help us here. What we need to know is the specifics on Miss Ortines' case. You do not remember when you first heard about it.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember.
So the reporting for this kind of thing is not so formal. Ba? You wait a day, another 3 days, ganun ba? Nung sinabi sa iyo, nakakulong pa rin ba si Manang Gloria o nakawala na?
What I understand, Your Honor, is that yung report sa akin ng PNP, sir, is she was inquested.
She was inquested.
Yes, sir. That's what I
inquested,
remember.
Tapos na yung inquest.
Yes, Your Honor.
So nakalaya na siya.
I do not know, Your Honor, kung nakalaya na po, but inquested ang nilagay sa akin. He was inquested at the Pasay City.
So at the very least 2 days afterwards, what did you do about it, General Manager?
Your Honor, I'm not in the loop on the filing of the cases.
No. I'm talking about the conduct. What did you do to look into the case? You did not look into the case?
No, Your Honor, I did not. Frankly, I did not, because I'm not in the loop on the filing of the cases. Because
it is sufficient for you to receive a report that there were certain individuals who were found to have bullets, allegedly found to have bullets in their bags, and then that is the end of the matter as far as you're concerned?
Your Honor, as far as I'm concerned, the due process of the PNP was done. It was reported to me.
This makes sense because you are quoted as saying that there are 22 agencies under your jurisdiction, but you have no control over them. Is this so?
Yes, Your Honor, because their presence at the airport is
So
not
you have no any kind of control over the aviation security group. You have no control over the X-ray people. You have no control over the OTS. Is that what you're saying?
Your Honor, the OTS under 311, making them as the sole authority.
If you have no control over the agencies in the airport, what's your job?
Your Honor, it's coordination. Because even
But how
if
can you coordinate if you cannot control?
we have the Airport Security Council.
In the military, we call it command and control. You cannot coordinate without command and control.
Your Honor, there is none. Because even in the
So you are saying now that there is no command and control in the airport.
as far as the government agencies, Your Honor, because they're covered by the legal
So what will
mandate,
happen?
yes.
Papasok tayo sa APEC. Anong mangyari kung merong talagang tunay na terorista? Hindi yung mga planted na may tunay na terorista pumasok doon at nahanapan ng explosive. Anong mangyayari? Anong SOP dyan?
Your Honor, the mandate of the PNP is very clear that they're supposed to respond to threat.
So hindi ka kasama doon.
No, Your Honor, I'm not.
So you have no you say that you have no responsibility for any kind of problem that comes in the airport. But what is anong trabaho ng general manager? Paki-explain lang sa amin.
Your Honor, the main purpose of the main job of the general manager is to the smooth flow of the airport. Because there are some, we have been living...
Meron ng terorista eh. So surely that is not conducive to a smooth flow. So surely this should come under your purview.
Your Honor, yes. Pero meron pong delineation on the legal mandates of every organization, every agency at the
Never mind
airport.
the legal mandate. What is then your job? If nahulihan ng baril, baliwala sa'yo. Mahulihan ng paputok, baliwala sa'yo. Ano ang pagpasok mo sa umaga, ano yung ginagawa ninyo?
Your Honor, we have the Airport Security Council which coordinates, but we don't have any operational...
So
and
the Airport Security Council, do you sit in the Airport Security Council?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Okay, so what do you do in the Airport Security Council?
We discuss issues, coordinate with each other, because that is only as far as we can go.
Is the case similar to Ms. Ortiz, the kind of thing that comes up in the Security Council meetings?
Your Honor, we convened the Airport Security Council. The last time we convened it was after the first week of October, after the different issues.
The first week of October was the last time that you convened the Airport Security Council?
We convened, yes. Immediately, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That was the last.
No,
wait. The last time you convened the Airport Security Council on the first week of October. This case happened on October 25. Did you convene the Airport Security Council?
No, Your Honor, I did not.
Who calls these Security Council meetings?
The Airport Security Council is chaired by me, Your Honor.
It's chaired by you.
Below
So
me,
ikaw ang magtatawag, magsasabi, mag-meeting tayo bukas.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so since the first week of October until today, walang Airport Security Council meeting.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you have not. Are they regular or upon your discretion? The
No, Your
meeting?
Honor. The regulation or the SOP says that the Airport Security Council meets once a quarter,
Okay.
or as may be necessary.
When did you first? So after you heard of this case, did you speak to Ms. Ortiz?
No, Your Honor.
Or did you attempt to speak to Ms. Ortiz?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. In a previous Senate hearing, you testified that the average monthly collection from the IPSC is currently 327 million pesos. Is that right? I am taking it from your own.
I do not have the figures right here, Your Honor. So
You do not know how much your collections are from the IPSC?
I can have.
You do not know it. How long have you been a general manager
Right.
of? How long have you been the general manager of the airport? Mr. Onrado, please could you answer that? How long have you been the general manager? of the airport?
5 years.
Okay, and in 5 years you have not learned what is your collection from the IPSC. You cannot remember it.
But I do have the figures,
Okay.
Your Honor.
What about in the domestic terminal fee? How much is the collection for the domestic terminal fee every month, for example?
If I may read my notes, Your Honor. the total collection from January to August of 2010 is 4.6 billion.
4.6
Billion, Your Honor. From January
billion,
to August of
4.6 million?
billion, Your Honor.
4.6 billion.
That's right, Your Honor.
4.6 billion you are collecting every.
This one is from January to August of 2015.
So it's not the whole year. That's
It's not
from
the whole year.
January to August.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, for 2014. Okay.
2014, Your Honor, is 5.8 billion for the whole year.
I'd like to direct now. I think we've heard enough from Mr. Honrado. Secretary Abaya, let me come to you. What is the structure of the OTS? How many personnel does this unit have?
May I allow the administrator answer for this strength of...
I would imagine that the Secretary of the DOTC would be very familiar with this critical kind of information. Are you...
Roughly around 1,000, Your Honor.
Around? What is the exact number? Could we have that, please? These things should be in your head. We are a little bit surprised that these are the kind of figures that as an administrator you should have in your head. This is a sort of statistic that you should be looking at every single day of your working day. In any case, what is the status of these personnel in the OTS? Are they organic? Are they with plantilla items? Are they contractual? What exactly is their status?
It's a mixture, Your Honor.
It's a
mixture, Your Honor.
Okay.
Regular, contractual, and some are job orders, Your Honor.
Job order?
Yes, Your Honor.
How long does a job order last?
It depends on the contract, Your Honor.
Okay, what about the people who are manning the X-ray machines? What are they contractual or they have plantilla positions?
They have a plantilla position. The others are contractual, Your Honor.
Both. Let's be very specific. In the case of Ms. Ortiz, these Galay, Abella, what is the last one? Rosal?
Rosalio.
Rosal, with the investigator De Padua, investigator Ballesteros, what are their status? Unahin na muna natin yung tatlo. Galang, Abella, and Rosal. What is their status? Are they contractual employees or do they have plantilla items?
They have plantilla items.
They have plantilla items. What is the training that you give them?
Basic aviation security training, Your Honor.
What
at the minimum.
How long does that training take?
To include the on-the-job training, Your Honor. About
No. Just the briefing or the classroom part
the
of it.
classroom instruction, Your Honor, is 15 days.
15 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
Where do you conduct this training?
In our facility, Your Honor.
Saan? Dun sa airport?
Sometimes, sir, depende kasi sir sa sa venue, if it can be accommodated in our own main office, dun po yun. Sometimes in the airport din po, if the facility will not be able to accommodate all the
So
screeners.
is there a manual of operations for the OTS when it comes to cases like this or similar cases?
Yes, Your Honor, there is. Standard operating
Mr.
procedure.
Che, could I request that we have a copy of that manual?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So ordered. Please submit.
Let me just, I am being, just to be very clear, how many CCTV cameras do we have in the Nayena Terminal 2? Can anyone tell me?
Terminal 2 belongs to me. Well, I'll have the record, Your Honor.
Yes, so tell me, how many CCTV cameras have there been are installed and working in Terminal 2?
We have 92, Your Honor.
You have 92.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, you feel that 92 is sufficient?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Yes, because we have
How
another
many,
project.
how many would you like to have?
We have now a project, Your Honor, for Terminal 1, 2, and 4,
Well-
which will including the perimeter, which will cover 700 cameras.
So, in Terminal 2, how many cameras would you like to have? What is the ideal number as far as you're concerned?
I can give you a ballpark figure, Your Honor, if
No, it cannot be a ballpark figure.
I don't have this. Your Honor-
if you have a plan, you have a project, your project is to install an additional how many cameras in Terminal 2?
Yes, Your Honor. We do have that plan.
What is the plan?
It a total of 700 cameras.
No, I want specifically Terminal 2.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I don't have this. I don't have the.
have it.
I don't have with me the exact figure.
Okay. Well, in any case, let's just say that how many total in all terminals na dadagdag gawin 700?
Your Honor, at present we have 177.
Okay, so to extrapolate, you have maybe 1/5 of the number that you would like to have. All right? So if 72 is in the, by extrapolation, you want to have approximately 350 cameras in Terminal 2. That seems to be a reasonable, How much is one camera?
Your Honor, there are so many variations. I'm sorry, I don't have the.
Yung bibilhin ninyo, yung pinaplano ninyong bilhin, magkano yung tigisa?
I'm at a loss, Your Honor. I don't have the unit value of the camera.
So you are given funds in the amount of close to 4.65 billion 5 billion pesos to spend on the upgrading of the cameras. You do not know how many cameras there will be. You do not know how much they cost. You have a plan, but you do not know what much the shortfall is.
Your Honor, I have the full amount. It's 486 million pesos. I can submit to the committee
486 million pesos for
for the whole 700 cameras, Your Honor, and then the monitors, and then the DVR. I can submit.
Maybe we should have some of that information.
I can submit the TOR, Your Honor.
All right. So just to finish up, Mr. Secretary Abaya, very simple. On a grade system of 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest, 10 being the highest, how would you grade the General Manager Honrado's performance as in this entire incident?
7, Your Honor.
7. Where passing is 5 or 6. You consider him to have done more than satisfactory job.
The assumption is 5 is passing, Your Honor.
Well, whatever it is, 70%. You will give him a grade of 70%.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, take note that in school, 75% is passing, 70 is flunking. But in any case, I have to say, Secretary Abaya, we are very disappointed. Your standards, if you are to grade him at 7 to 10, 7 out of 10, considering all of that was happened, you set your standards very, very low. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is the extent of my interpolation.
Thank you, Senator Marcos.
Chairman.
Secretary Abaya, you would like to say something, please?
Yes, sir. Because I just want to correct myself when I answered the query of the Honorable Cayetano, asking about the administrative investigation of the OTS. Upon confirming with the administrator, because they're doing it at their level, they do intend to invite our resource persons to our right. In fact, I directed him to invite them as soon as possible. They're merely going to be invited. They will not be subpoenaed nor compelled, and at their most convenient time. But I told them to start tomorrow, and hopefully we could end by next week too, because I feel the experience that they're going through. But again, we want to expedite it for them.
Thank you. General Honrado, yes, the statement that you made to the media is very interesting. You said that you have 22
22, Your Honor.
agencies operating in the airport, but not all are under you, or do not operate, do not report to you. Could you submit to this committee a list of all these agencies and a brief description, indicating also those that do not report to you directly?
Will comply, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. The next one to have the floor is Senator Grace po. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Unang-una po, ako po ay nakikisimpatya sa ating mga biktima at humihingi rin po ng tawad sa inyong mga naranasan. Ako ay nagpapasalamat kay Attorney Acosta sapagkat nung mga araw po na nagkakaroon ng mga ganyang problema, kayo po ang naging mukha ng gobyerno na nagbibigay ng simpatya sa ating mga pasahero. Nais ko rin pasalamatan yung mga NGOs at si Ms. Ople na talagang tumutok dito sa mga individual na kaso na ito. na dapat sana talagang ang gobyerno at ang mismong mga namumuno sa NAIA ang nakialam upang masuri kung ano ba talaga nangyayari. Sa unang tanong ko po, kay Aling Gloria, kayo po ay nagbabalak na sana o kayo po ay pabalik na sana ng Hong Kong nung nangyari yan sa inyo?
Opo, ma'am.
Meron pa po ba kayong trabahong babalikan sa Hong Kong ngayon?
Yan ang hindi ko po masagot, ma'am.
Hindi niyo po masagot dahil sa mga nangyari sa inyo?
Opo, ma'am.
Nakakausap pa ba ninyo ang inyong employer doon sa Hong Kong?
Isang beses lang po, ma'am.
At anong sinabi sa inyo? Kailan kayo na kailangan bumalik doon?
Sinabi ko na kung pwedeng makausap ko siya, sinabi niya sa 14, sabi niya po.
Sa DOTC o kung anumang ahensya ang namamahala dito, sa mga aberyang nangyayaring ganyan, meron ba tayong indemnity o pwede man lang matulong sa kanila sapagkat nakita naman natin na naaberya at nawalan sila ng kabuhayan dun sa mga panahon na yon? Sino po ang pwedeng sumagot? Kasi normally, General Manager Honrado, kung ang airline ang nagkakaroon ng kasalanan, nagdelay ang flight, meron na po tayo ngayong sinasabi na dapat ay bayaran nila yung pagkain o yung tinitirhan, palitan yung mga nawawala. Ano po kung ang airport naman po ang nagkulang, ano naman po ang inyong ibinibigay sa mga katulad nila?
Your Honor, I don't know of any provisions in the budget or any COA allowances for that purpose.
Siguro dapat isipin natin yon sapagkat kung ang mga airline ay may serbisyong ginagawa, negosyo rin nila yan. Ganyan din naman ang airport. Serbisyo ninyo, pero kayo ay kumukolekta rin ng fees. Kaya dapat ay meron kayo, pag merong naaberya dahil sa pagkukulang natin ninyo sa airport, ay dapat bigyan rin ng kasuklian yon. Yun pong isang bagay. So, Ma'am Gloria, kayo po ay na-detain ng isang araw, hindi po ba? Isang gabi?
2 gabi po.
2 gabi. Kayo po ba ipinakain naman nila?
Hindi po. Sarili ko po.
Anong ibig niyo sabihin? Nandun kayo, hindi man lang kayo inalok na kumain na ba kayo, bibila namin kayo ng pagkain o ano, wala?
Wala po.
Ano pong ginawa niya? Nagpabili kayo ng pagkain sa kanila?
Noon na-detain po ako ng October 25 po. Wala akong kain po. Kumain lang po ako noong dumating yung anak ko kinabukasan po. Kahit tubig.
Ako po humihingi talaga ng paumanhin sa inyo. Sa ngalan na rin nila na dapat ay ginawa nila yon, man lang na meron silang malasakit. Sino po, meron ba kayong nakita sa kanila, ni isa man lang sa kanila na humarap sa inyo para kausapin kayo? Siguro si General Honrado na humarap ba sa inyo?
Ngayon ko po lang nakita po.
Si Yusek Rolando Recomono.
Hindi po.
So ito yung head ng security group. Hindi niyo po sila nakita.
Hindi ko po nakita doon sa na-detainan ko po.
Talagang itong nakakalungkot at nakakadismaya. Kahit man lang sa ibang lugar, ano bang klaseng bansa ang ating bansa? Ito naman, kaya naman natin siguro magpakain sa mga ganito na pinaghihinalaan pa lang. Kung yung mga preso nga pinapakain natin, sila pa kaya? Pangalawang tanong, meron po kasi Executive Order number 311 ng 2004. Ito yung sinasabi natin na yung Office ng Transportation Security ay magiging single authority for the transportation system in the country. Ngayon, ang sinasabi dito, ang magiging head nitong OTS na ito ay ang airport manager, ang chairman, at ang vice chairman, secretary ng DOTC ang chairman, ang secretary ng DILG ang vice chairman, at yung general manager ng NAIA member. Pero itong grupong ito ay dapat nagmi-meeting regularly sapagkat ang inyong responsibilidad ay para gumawa ng manual para sa security, i-assess ang training ng inyong personnel, etc. Ang dinig po namin ay magmula nung 2012, hindi pa raw kayo nagmi-meeting dito na magkakasama. Totoo ba ito o hindi?
Totoo, ma'am. We have not convened the NCAC, and as a offshoot of what's happening now, and likewise the modifications that we need in order to amend the to review again the executive order, the very mandate of OTS. We are convening the council, Your Honor.
You haven't met, so you haven't convened, right, Secretary?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you're not convening. You're just actually convening. When you were interviewed, you were actually asked about the situation, and you said that it was blown out of proportion. So you consider this a minor problem?
No, Your Honor. I consider it a very major problem. In fact, in our statement then, we presented statistics, but in that very press con, I emphasized that a single OFW who is unjustly charged, who has been planted evidence, who has been extorted upon and exploited, deserves full government attention. And if she's aggrieved, it's really an injustice, Your Honor.
Well, it's nice to hear that from you, sir, but I think that actions again speak louder than words. And if you feel that, I think that you should have yourself personally gone down and actually met with them and tried to find out. Well, perhaps you're very busy, but my point is, if this is the head of the security group, this OTS, and you haven't convened, how did you get daily updates, or at least updates on the situation, the training of personnel, the evaluation, the composition, etc.? Who is briefing you?
Your Honor, the organization that you were describing is not the Office of Transportation Security. That is the National Civil Aviation Security Council.
The office
head of
is
OTS,
hereby designated as the single authority for the transportation system, the civil aviation.
Yeah. The head of the Office of Transportation Security is Undersecretary Recomono. He manages the office on a daily basis. He supervises directly the X-ray scanners, and on a day-to-day basis, he is in charge of the office, Your Honor.
So this National Aviation Security Committee is the one that has not met, but you are actually supposed to be the chairman of this committee, of which OTS is under. Is that how you're interpreting this?
No, the council is the organization we're describing. OTS role in that council is the secretariat. However, the day-to-day operations of OTS is handled by the undersecretary.
So the one that's not met is the National Civil Aviation Security
Committee.
Yeah. And you are supposed to be the head of this committee.
Yes, Your Honor.
So since 2012, you have not met with them.
Yes, Your Honor.
When are you meeting with them?
We're scheduling after APEC, Your Honor.
Is there a reason why you have not met with your committee in the past? Sir, I don't think you need somebody to tell you what your reasons are for not meeting with your committee.
Well, it is convened if there's a compelling reason to do so. We have focused on since I got appointed, we have spent most of our time addressing aviation safety, because at the time, the most pressing concerns then were the ICAO significant safety concerns, the ban on the EU of our airlines, and likewise the FAA Category 1 issue.
Well, that's part also of the evaluation for the FAA and all the other standards for our airport. I'm sure security would be paramount, and not just air security, but even ground security. Now, there was a bombing at Terminal 3, NAIA, which was foiled September 2014. You remember that, General Manager, sir?
Your Honor, yes, at the parking area of Terminal 3, but it turned out to be firecrackers, Your Honor.
And at that time, did it not compel you to perhaps meet already with your council?
At that time, we met those within the DOTC family, because those are the immediate units involved, namely OTS, the MIA, and we assessed the situation. But upon the feedback and report of the general manager that indeed there were firecrackers, we saw no need to convene the council, Your Honor.
But at the time, the shortcoming was you didn't have enough CCTVs. So maybe you were just lucky at that time, but maybe it should have compelled you to think that what if this was real? Going back, at least we should have your performance standards, your personal equipment facilities, training personnel, manual, and everything else, a report on your security. So is this something that you will try to discuss with your committee when you meet?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, the manuals are with OTS. OTS as an organization also performs the regulatory function to ensure that all security plans of all airports are approved and are audited regularly in order to comply with the ICAO standards, Your Honor.
Okay, now, Mr. Racomono, you mentioned in a Bandila interview that you have about 1,214 incidents of tanimbala since 2012. Is that correct? Or more than 1,000, about 1,000, if you mentioned it.
It's not a tanimbala incident, but rather interception incident, Your Honor.
Interception incident, which involves what? Bullets or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And then you said that 65 were dismissed.
Yes, Your Honor.
So the remaining ones, what's happening to them? Ano pong mga nangyayari dun sa mga naiwan na hindi pa nadidismiss? Meron na bang nakasuhan?
Let me just explain first, Your Honor. That's 65. That 65 that we dismiss does not involve bullet interception, Your Honor, but rather various offenses, like for instance, in the form of extortion, but not necessarily involving interception po ng bullet.
Pero meron na interception ng bullets doon. Sa 65, wala? Ni
Wala
isa?
po. Wala po.
So, sa 1,000 incidents, sigurado ko merong kasama yung bala. Kasi sinasabi nyo, nangyayari yan noon, anting-anting o kung ano pa. Meron na bang nakasuhan?
Wala nga po, Your Honor. As far as that 65 personnel whom we dismiss for various offenses, it does not involve po yung bala.
Okay. Doon po sa mga insidente na mga na-report, meron bang mga pangalan na paulit-ulit na nasasama doon? Halimbawa, yung na-involved dito sa kanila, Clarin o kaya si Maria L. Mazenia, mga ganun na pangalan.
Actually po ngayon, pinag-uusapan namin ng Aviation Security Group po, yung aming records, kasi kami po yung may records once there is an interception incident as far as bullet is concerned. Sinasabi po namin sa kanila, kasi tine-turn over po yung yung nai-intercept na bullet sa law enforcement. In this case po, yung Aviation Security Group. Okay, pinag-uusapan po namin, yung tama po yung inabit namin po yon, yung tingnan nga natin if there is a pattern as far as personnel.
Hindi pa ninyo nahahanap yung pattern, pero hinahanap ninyo ngayon.
Hinahanap po namin yung, kasi nga po, let me just explain as far as that particular record is concerned. Ang objective po ng OTS as far as that record is concerned is really to review, examine, assess. Yung po ito po kasi ang tawag namin po dito as far as bullet is concerned, these are obvious threat to an aircraft. So, hindi po namin talaga ito pinapayagan na makapasok po sa loob ng aircraft. And this is in accordance po sa piniprescribe na mga prohibited items ng ICAO po.
Oo nga po, pero okay, balik tayo po. Kailangan nagko-cross-check kayo ngayon. Kung merong mga nasamang pangalan, kahit na sabihin mong hindi sila nahulihan na may kasalanan sila, pero paulit-ulit na nababanggit ang pangalan nila, maaaring dahil dun sila nakapost sa posisyon na yon na nag-x-ray, kaya nandun yung pangalan nila. Pero siguro, tignan natin mabuti kung merong mga common denominator sa lahat ng ito. Kailan po natin makukuha yan sa inyo?
Sisikapin po namin, kasi yung record po kasi namin talaga is not really intended para dyan po. Ulitin ko lang po, yung record po namin is really to assess on whether the
So
occurrence...
who would have the records on the actual involvement of personnel? I mean, if it's for the safety, you should also have the background of the people who were involved. Otherwise, how can you pinpoint the problem? As you mentioned in a show, in a news show, you also said that you suspect na may sindikat. Tinanong ka, sa tingin mo ba may sindikato? Sabi mo, it's possible. Totoo po yun?
Tama po yun. It's
Okay.
possible po.
So, paano natin ma-assess kung meron nga?
Ito nga po yan, because we have the record as far as interception incident reports. Nagko-collaborate po kami ng Aviation Security Group kung merong ng pattern. Pattern kasi sila po yung nag-i-inquest, and then tingnan po natin kung merong kang tao na palaging yun na lang, at kung kami naman ay merong tao din
Opo.
na nai-involve dun sa po sa ano, nai-involve dun sa ano po, no, sa pag-check.
Alam niyo po, sa tingin ko, Aling Gloria, yung inyo pong karanasan, ang talagang nagtulak sa kanila na mabuksan yung mata namin na nangyayari na ito ng ilang taon. Kasi po, kung nakikita nyong ganyan na maari palang may sindikato, bakit ngayon lang natin iniisip na irekomendang pag-aralan yan kung matagal nang nangyayari? Kayo po yung head ng security. Bakit hindi po ninyo naisip na noon pa? Tignan nga natin, baka may pattern dito ng mga sindikato.
Ulitin ko lang po, no, yung record kasing yun is really for establishing a pattern as far as yung pong occurrence ng ng obvious threat. In this case po kasi, ito po yung kasi minamandate ng ICAO na wala po sanang makapasok na obvious threat sa loob ng eroplano.
Okay,
Ngayon,
I understand, sir. Now, your concern is for the standards imposed on us in terms of security. But when it comes to actual investigations of, let's say, corruption of officials in the airport, who is in charge of that? General Manager, meron po ba kayong internal affairs sa airport?
In order, as para security po, meron kami, the Airport Security Inspectorate Office, which determines yung function and efficiency of the security personnel.
So meron po ba na nare-report sa inyo nagiging problema dito? Pakiulit po, anong pangalan ng tanggapan na yan?
Airport Security Inspectorate Office po.
Airport Security, okay.
Inspectorate Office.
Inspectorate Office. Nandito po ba?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Pwede bang mag-submit kayo ng report kung meron kayo tungkol sa tanimbala o kung anumang mga nasususpetsahan ninyo?
As para sa suspension po ng personnel, wala po. Ang trabaho po nila is look at the procedures kung may nagkukulang. And normally, we give them a daily report po.
So kung may nagkukulang sa procedure, naiimbestigahan rin ba nila yung, kunyari, na meron silang suspetsa na may ginagawang mali?
We submit the report to the to the OTS po.
So meron naman. Pero kayo nahuli,
meron po.
nangingikil
Every day
o
po.
nag-extort.
Yes.
Pakitignan lang po, baka meron namang report na dati dun sa tanimbala.
We'll do that, ma'am.
Okay. Next is, naiya lang ba nagkakaroon ng tanimbala? O saang airports pa po nangyayari ito? Kayo po, Yusek Racumono?
Sa ibang party po, hindi po lahat ng airports. Depende po yan. Meron po kaming record and we can submit that to the committee po. As far as ito po yung mga incident reports po.
So sabihin niyo po sa akin at the top of your head, aside from naiya, saan pa po?
Clarification for Your Honor.
Yung tanimbala, hindi lang sa naiya nangyayari. Saan pang airports?
Ulitin ko lang po, no? Yung record po kasi namin is really not tanimbala. It's really incident report involving yung bullet.
Oh, okay.
Bala po.
So kung meron po na may bala na nakitaan, saan po? Sa lahat naman ng airport natin merong mga ganito?
Hindi po lahat ng airport. May mga mangilan-ngilan po. Although ang karamihan po is nasa naiya.
Sa naiya. Oo, kasi just by the sheer number, talagang doon mas maraming dumadaan. Ngayon, for the one that was detained also from the White family, you were detained for how many days?
6 days and 5 nights, ma'am.
In the 6 days and 5 nights, did they take care of you? Did they give you meals?
They did, yes.
They did. The airport authorities did.
Yes, ma'am.
Sa kanya naman meron. Pero sa ating sariling OFW, wala.
Wala po.
Or is it ma'am, Miss Zoleta, meron po kayong gustong idagdag? O baka ikaw nagbibigay noon, nakala lang niya galing sa airport.
Meron po siyang baon na pera, so umorder po siya ng pagkain. Pero ang ibig niya daw pong sabihin, in-offer naman po siya na kung gusto niyang kumain, pero hindi daw po niya kinain, pero may offer po sa kanya.
Okay. Inofferan siya kung gusto niyang kumain.
Apa.
So you were asked if you wanted to eat, but it was actually you who purchased for your food. Okay. That's just being clear. para sa ating mga OFW, gusto ko marinig si Miss Susan Ople. Ano ba sa tingin mo ang dapat sanang ginawa ng ating airport manager o yung sistema para matulungan yung mga ganitong mga nangyayari, yung ating mga biktima?
Kung may malasakit po, maraming magagawa eh. Yun naman po ang malinaw. Tulad po sa kaso ni Nanay Gloria, hindi naman po tama na 5 lalaki yung nagtatanong sa kanya. Walang nagpaliwanag ng karapatan niya. Wala siyang hindi niya po kasi talaga alam yung batas eh. Wala naman nagsabi sa kanya at siya ang iniisip lang niya yung flight niya sa Hong Kong. So sa tingin ko po, kung meron lang din sanang coordination at the start, may OWA desk po doon, may POEA desk po doon. Ang hindi ko po maintindihan, kung alam nila na OFW yung involved, bakit hindi hiningan ng tulong din yung OWA at yung POEA? Total nandun na rin naman sa terminal para meron din namang umaagapay unless may ibang motibo na involved. Pero yung mechanisms nandun din sana. Bahagi po yung OWA at yung POEA dun sa 22 agency siguro na binabanggit ni GM Honrado.
Alam niyo, ma'am, maraming salamat at nabanggit ninyo yan. Dahil baka hindi nga alam ng mga OFW na dun sa mga lugar na yon ay merong OWA tsaka may desk silang pwedeng lapitan. Importante yon. So, ito nga yung sinasabi ko. Pag nagmi-meeting regularly, may koordinasyon, may sistema. Enforcement lang nga dito, iba yung investigation, iba naman yung counseling or yung or legal advice. Dapat talaga GM kasama po 'yon talaga sa team na pag meron nag-i-inspection doon, dapat pag meron silang suspetsa security anong tawag dito, enforcement lang naman yung inspectors lang naman sila, 'di ba? Wala silang karapatan na mag-aresto doon. Dapat merong abogado na kasama kaagad. Hindi po ba dapat ganon?
Ma'am, yung sa amin po, the procedure po, but we are not part of the loop as far as the screening and the prosecution. Hindi po kami kasama dun sa...
You're not part of the loop as far as...
Screening and the prosecution po.
Screening?
And the filing of the case.
Screening of the...
Passenger po.
Of the
The screening
passenger.
of the passenger is the sole authority vested on OTS. At yung filing of the case po is the exclusive domain po ng PNP.
But again, you're supposed to have had coordination through the council, and that's the main reason why, again, if there was coordination, even if one particular responsibility rests on a particular department, you should, again, you said you coordinate. Dapat nagtutulungan talaga kayo pagdating dito sa mga nagiging biktima natin. Gusto kong tanungin si Attorney Acosta. Ma'am, bigyan po ninyo, paano ba natin mas mapapaayos ang ating sistema sa pagtulong para mabawasan ng biktima, matulungan ng biktima, at yung gobyerno, ano ang naging kakulangan natin dito? Kung pipili kayo ng naging kakulangan, ano po yun?
With the permission of the Honorable Chairman, mahirap po yung tanong, baka magalit sa akin sila. Hingi din po ako ng permiso. Maganda po yung tanong, sapagkat ito'y problema ng ating bansa at ang imahe ng ating bansa ay nakasalalay dito. Sana po, kung may na-apprehend ang OTS, may PAW naman po tayo sa Pasay. 5 minutes to 10 minutes nandun na ho yung PAW. Tawagan yung PAW para maproteksyonan ang karapatang pantao ng ating mga OFWs, ng ating mga bisitang foreigner at gayon din yung mga traveler. Kasi yung pong nangyayari na yan, mukhang talagang marami pong lapses. Kay Mr. White, wala po siyang counsel nung hiluhin siya. Nung dalhin sa ABSICOM, walang counsel. Sa piskalya, wala ring counsel. Kaya hindi po naproteksyonan ang kanyang karapatan. September po nangyari yan. And then may private lawyer siya, so hindi po kami naka-intercede. Si Manang Gloria din, walang counsel. Hindi rin po nakatulong ang PAW dahil hindi namin alam ang kaso niya. Nadinig ko na lang sa TV, October 25, 26 nangyari. Here comes November 3, nadidinig ko na yung si Ma'am Toots sa radio. I-post ko nga sa Facebook ko. May punishable by reclusion perpetua yung nagpa-plant. And then tawag sa PAW hotline 9299436. Pati po yung personal phone ko, binigay ko sa public. And then ang dami na hong nag-share, nag-like, naging viral. And then November 4, tumawag po sa akin si Mr. Dominic Almenor ng DCMM at si Dante Jimenez ng BACC. Merong 5 5 huli, walang abogado sa ABSICOM. So, sinugo ko po yung aking 2 PAW lawyers from Pasay, si Attorney Erwin Angeles saka si Attorney Pedro Mabasa. Kasi MC po ako sa PAGBA, sa Philippine Association of Budget Officers of the Philippines. Di po ako makaalis. Bumalik po sila after 4 hours, sabi niya, Chief, bigo kami, hindi namin napalaya yung 5. Bakit? Ano daw i-inquest pa rin ganon. At submitted for resolution pa raw, sabi ng ABSICOM. May 77 years old doon, si Lolo Santiago, sakitin, PhilAm, papuntang LA. So galing pong Iloilo, pumasa sa screening sa Iloilo to Manila, bakit sa Terminal 2 nagkabala? So tanimbala po talaga yan, maliwanag pa sa sikat ng araw. And then sabi ko, sige, tapusin ko lang to, pupunta ko sa piskal, ipaparelease ko sila for further investigation. I argued before the city prosecutor, si Prosecutor Nolasco Fernandez, what if ang senador ang matamna ng bala? What if kung judge? What if kung justice? Anong gagawin mo? Papakulong mo din? So I'm now moving for further investigation. Sabi niya, sige, granted, Chip sabi ganon. Hindi ka ako, walang biro dito. Isipin mo na lang, nakakaya na tayo. So sabi ko, sige, eto na yung mga papel. May private lawyer yung isa, yung matanda, sabi niya. Wala naman yung lawyer niya, na private lawyer. Tignan natin, sabi ko, 5 po yun. Si Miss Rowena Otic, Mrs. Milagros Cadiente, at meron pang 2 babae. Si Melody po, OFW, hindi na po nakapunta sa Qatar. Hanggang ngayon po, bedridden siya, may sakit. Siya po yung hinimatay, nakakala ko mamamatay, buti po, first aider ako ng Red Cross. So, ang nangyari po, yun nga po. And then, pagdating po namin doon sa ABSICOM, yun, yung piskal, sumama. Buti sumama yung prosecutor. City prosecutor, napilit ko pong sumama kasi baka hindi po ako paniwalaan ng ABSICOM So pagdating doon, napalaya po namin yung 5. Kahapon, nag-move na po kami for dismissal sapagkat 5 na po ang napadismiss naming kaso. 20 na po. Sa span ng 1 week, 7 days, November 4 to November 11, 20 po ang nakasuhan. 20. Yung iba sabi anting-anting, yung iba sabi tanimbala. 5 na po ang dinismiss ng ating mga piskal. Talagang dismiss na po. Ang ground is no intent to possess, no animus possidendi. May desisyon na po ang Korte Suprema dyan. Dapat alam po ng pulis yan. Saka po yung amulet, hindi po ammunition yan. Lalo ko wala ng primer, yung tinatamaan ng gatilyo. Hindi na po bala yan. Palayain nyo na. Huwag na nyong kasuhan. Kaya po kahapon, may 2 na naman po. Dadali na sana sa piskalya. Nagmi-meeting po kami ng OWA, POA, sa opisina nyo po, Sir Honrado. Pero wala po kayo Pero alam ko dapat kasama po namin kayo doon. Sabi ko, wag na tayo magsayang ng panahon. Yung OWA administrator po, si Ma'am Rebecca, si Yusek Kakdak, yan. Sabi ko, wag tayo magsayang ng panahon dahil yung 2 PAW lawyer ko kanina pa doon, umaga. May 2 dadali na naman sa piskalya, i-inquest na naman, ikukulong na naman. Habulin natin. So, yung pong taga-ABSICOM na nandoon, kaklase nung isang escort ko, so pinakiusapan ko, tawagan mo yung ABSICOM, wag mo nandalin. Magmo-motion ako dun sa ABSICOM. Buti wala na si Colonel Layog, inalis niya yata, sir. Nawala na yata yun. Pumalit si Colonel Samala. Ang dami pong media doon. Sabi ko, I am moving for the dismissal of the cases of these 2 OFWs, papuntang Taiwan. Ayan, hindi makakasakay. Paano yan? Mawalan ng trabaho. What is your ruling? Sabi kong ganon. Sagot nung nasinda ko yata, granted. Hindi po nakasuhan sa piskalya.
Bakit po? Bakit nyo nasabi nga? Dahil nga yung bala nila, dala nila, walang laman, o ano po?
Kasi usually, pag anting-anting nabili sa Quiapo, wala nang pulbura yun. Kasi mahuhuli rin sila doon ng pulis
So, ganun po yung 2 na yon, walang pulbura.
Well, ang tingin ko po, wala na yon. Kasi sa Quiapo, kung magtitinda sila ng actual bala, huhuli sila ng pulis Maynila. Usually, ang ginagawang anting-anting, fired bullets na po yan. Wala nang primer sa ilalim. Gun holder po ako since 2005.
Pero kaya nga po, yung nakita ninyong 2 na yon, ang tingin nyo ay hindi na threat itong mga bala na
Hindi
to.
po. Tsaka wala silang animus possidendi, intent to possess, an ammunition. Hindi nila gagamitin pamputok yon.
Kasi wala silang dalang
baril.
Baril.
Opo. At yung pong hinukay namin, para sa kaalaman ng lahat, yung Sulpicio, yung MB Princess, doon sa Romblon, nakahukay po kami ng 100 bangkay doon. Yung lumubog, dahil iniwan na po ng MBI noon Kami na po nagtuloy. So, ang punto doon, Nakakuha kami ng maraming kababayan natin, yung kanilang bangkay, may nakasabit na bala na amulet. Totoo po yung sinasabi ng ating mga kababayang, mula pa sa ating mga ninuno, may kasabihan na yung bala na yan, kay fired o hindi, amulet laban sa aswang, manananggal, multo, mga impacto, ganyan. Kaya ngayon ang pangaral ko sa kanila.
Pero hindi po gumagana sa airport yung...
Hindi dahil nadali ho sila ng mga devil's advocate doon eh. So, sorry po. Pero po, ito po, tama po yung ginagawa nyo, sir. Ma'am, mabuhay po kayo. Panahon na, tuldukan na po natin itong pagkukulong sa mga kawawang OFW, sa mga senior citizen. Si Lolo Santiago po, halos mahimatay. Hinay blood. Si Melody nagkikisay doon. Natakot ako, baka mamatayin, nandun ako. Kaya dinasalan ko nga siya, Lord, tulungan niyo po, tumabuhay pa to. Kasi kawawa rin yung mga absicom. Ngayon, sabi po ng mga absicom, eto, pasensya kayo, sir, ha? Tinulungan ko kayo noon, yung mga kasamahan nyo. Kahit may magalit sa akin, di ba, General Honrado? Sabi ko, tulungan kayo ng PAW, tulungan nyo rin itong mga kababayang to, ba't yung pa kinakasuhan? May bala eh. Ano ba yung bala na yan? Sabi kong ganon. So, ang punto ho doon, may mga batas tayo na, yung desisyon ng Korte Suprema, nandyan eh. Pag walang intent to possess, and walang intent to fire a bullet, walang violation. Napakaliwanag po yan. So, yun po yun. So, sa tingin ko po, pag-aralin uli natin ng batas, ang ating mga absicom na seminar, tama po yun. At doon sa OTS, mag-revamp po tayo. Yung mga contractual, tanggalin natin dyan. Kasi sa batas, yung planting of evidence, ang mapaparusahan ng reklusyon perpetua ay mga public officers, regular workers in the government. Hanggang contract of service, contractual po yung ating mga nag-i-screen dyan, hindi po matatakot yan dahil hindi sila madidismiss from service. Hindi mabigat ang parusa. Walang perpetual disqualification. Kaya po sa tingin ko, tama po ito. Napakagandang pagkakataon upang tuldukan na ng ating mga senador ng Blue Ribbon ang problemang ito. Kawawa po sila. Nung kunin ko po itong 5, gutom na gutom. Pinakain ko po dun sa katabi ng baby na choking, alas 12 na ng gabi. At meron pa po ako isang experience, pasensya na po. Merong isang prosecutor, babae, pumunta doon, galit na galit sa akin. Bakit to pinalaya namin si Lolo Santiago? Yung 77-year-old ay may private counsel. Sabi ko, so what if there is a private counsel? Nung sunduin ko po sila, yumakap na lahat sa akin, ayaw na magpaiwan. Nasaan siya nung oras na yon, yung private counsel na yon na sinasabi nila? Dapat matuwa sila, magpasalamat sila. May mga PAW lawyers na tumutulong sa ating mga kabayan. Bakit sila nagagalit? Ano kaya yun? Sabi ni Tito Noli Di Castro, baka member ng sindikato. Sabi ko, sir, hindi ko po alam. Bakit sila nagagalit? Kung ang mga anghel sa langit natutuwa at may nakakalaya na walang sala, di dapat matuwa rin sila. Ano sila, anghel ng demonyo?
Hindi nga umaandar ang anting-anting sa kanila. Attorney, maraming salamat kayo nagiging mukha ng gobyerno sa pagkalinga. Dahil nga nakikita natin may dalawang mukha ang gobyerno dito. Wala na po akong tanong. Ang gusto ko lang sabihin, ang kakulangan talaga dito ay dalawa lamang. Talagang compassion at saka common sense. Dun sa iba sa kanila. Hindi talaga nagko-coordinate. Pasensya na po, Mr. General Manager, pero ang liderato po ng airport, kahit na maraming iba't ibang council, ay talagang nagmumula rin sa inyo bilang manager doon. So sana naman po, yung mga sinasabi nga natin, tignan din po ninyo, paano ninyo mabibigyan ng tulong ang mga katulad nila na nawawalan na ng trabaho, na delay ang flight, walang, habang nandito sila sa Pilipinas, wala silang kinikita. Siguro pwede kayong magkaroon ng fund muna ngayon habang wala kayong permanenteng budget para dyan.
Your Honor, we'll try to look at that suggestion of the Honorable Senator. But can I have a manifestation on the moment of... kahapon po, sa umaga may board meeting kami. The whole afternoon po, nasa opisina ako hanggang alas 6:30 ng gabi. I didn't receive an invitation from you to join me, although I've met the people, the Undersecretary from Dole the day before. Just for the record po, you never invited me to join your meeting.
Yes. Okay, you can respond, Ms. Acosta.
Sir, kasi 1 week before, pumunta sa akin si Yusek Lagunsad ng Dole. Doon daw po ang meeting sa inyo, sa Terminal 2, conference room. Kaya expected ko po, kasama namin kayo, dahil teritoryo nyo po yun, kaharian nyo po yun, yung airport. Tapos kayo nga daw, nung hapon, may meeting. Alas 2 po yung meeting ng hapon kahapon.
Mr. Chair.
Opo. Di ba may CCTV po kayo? Siguro nakita ko ng mga empleyado nyo papasok. Nandun din yung taga POA, OWA.
Okay.
Opo.
Okay. Miss Ople?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, maigsi lang po. Just to, in connection do sa sinabi na yung stress ng mga nabibiktima, kahit po yung mga OFWs, and this is also in relation to the comment earlier made by Senator Cayetano, I just want to read a very brief message from an OFW po na pabalik na po siya to Singapore.
Please proceed.
Sabi po niya, Kasusan, magandang hapon po. I'm on my way to NAIA Terminal 1 now at halo-halo na po ang stress at pagtaas ng blood pressure ko. Ang nararamdaman ko kasi hindi ko po alam kung anong mangyayari sa amin ng husband ko. Wala po akong maisip na iba na tatanungan at gagawin kung in case po may mangyari sa amin. So, ibig ko po sabihin, hindi lang po to, alam ko po sabi nyo, isolated case. Pero hindi lang po ito yung first time na may mga nagbe-message sa akin ng ganito. Dati po, sir, ang iniisip lang namin sa Ople Center, yung mga kaso na kailangan i-rescue doon sa ibang bansa. Ngayon po, papunta pa lang sa airport namin, nagme-message na sa amin na in case may mangyari, sana masaklolohan sila. And this is, it's unquantifiable. You cannot say specifically ilan yung numbers. But I can attest, sir, the climate of fear is really there, and it will take a long time for you to do something to regain back their trust po.
Okay. I think it's very clear that it's because of these hearings, these issues are coming out at klaro talaga, gentlemen, na merong takot na nararamdaman ng mga kababayan natin, either takot pagpupuntang airport or galit kung hindi sila pupuntang airport. Something has to be done, and these hearings are towards that goal. Secretary Abaya, I see that you want to say something.
Just a comment on the last topic. We are coordinating with OWA and POA, and we want to enter in a MOA, although belatedly, na alam kong medyo huli, naramdaman ko ito, but in order to further strengthen yung cooperation ho namin para mas aware kung baka hindi rin sila na-realize na meron silang katungkulan din sa mga ganitong mga issue. Ganun din, na-appreciate namin ang ginagawa ni Attorney Acosta at hinihiling ko nga mas maganda kung makapag-poste rin sila ng PAO mismo sa mga terminals mismo. Alam ko may kakulangan sila dahil Pasay po yan, but mas mararamdaman ng ating mga OFWs yung presensya ng gobyerno kapag ang PAO mismo ay nandun sa terminal. At tama-tama po ay packet na ho yung budget ho dito sa Senado. I'd gladly you carve out budget from the DOTC, transfer it to PAO to add more personnel and have their presence felt in the airport.
Okay, so we have your permission to carve out from your budget, Secretary.
By all means, Mr.
Thank you for your generosity, Secretary Abaya, as long as you're not going to raise any fees or from any of our other passengers any other way if we put another PAO desk in the airport.
Absolutely not, ma'am. Because
Okay,
it
I have your
will be
word.
carved out from the DOTC budget, not from fees. Your
And it will not suffer, the services will not suffer after that.
Absolutely not. Your
Well, I don't think it's really, honestly, I don't think it's really your position to just say that if you already submitted your budget. We can probably find a way to help PAO do that. But with all the problems confronting the DOTC now, after we approved your budget last year, you raised the fees of the MRT, and now you're saying that you're willing to carve out some budget from the DOTC. I'm just saying that I just don't understand how you can confidently just say carve out
Mr.
without
Chair.
even being sure about the figures.
Mr. Chair, I know there's an intent of the Finance Committee Chairman to reduce the quick reaction funds of DOTC. I am not dictating that you carve out. It is within the power of the Senate to amend our budget, especially that it enters plenary, I think, after APEC, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Chair, one last question for Mr. Recumuano. Sinesearch rin po ba ninyo yung mga security personnel ninyo na pumapasok sa airport? Siguro pagkatapos po nito, mag-general search po tayo, pati sa mga locker. Kasi po, ganito lang po yan kasimple. Iilan lang pong bulok na itlog dyan. Marami pong gumagawa ng trabaho ng tama. Hindi naman po makatarungan na dahil sa iilan ay masira ang imahe ng lahat ng naroroon. Kaya siguro, paano nyo chinecheck yung mga pumapasok? Kinakapaan din ba sila?
Opo, ma'am. In fact, I support your yung suggestion nyo nga po na pati doon po sa locker nila. Tama po yon. Para lang ito maibalik natin yung confidence.
So, hindi pa po ninyo nagagawa yon?
Kasi po yun talagang pag-check lang bago. Kasi para din po silang employee ng airport.
O sige, dapat po ganito. Kumuha na kayo ng kung anumang legal na pangangailangan ninyo para ma-check ninyo lahat yan. Pero sana, request lang, pag ginawa ninyo, kunan nyo ng video. Kasi ang mahirap niyan, pag nag-check kayo, binuksan ninyo, meron dyan, sabihin, hindi naman talaga ako naglagay dyan eh. So ngayon pa lang, pero napapangunahan na nga natin sila eh. Dapat talaga, dati na ninyo yung ginawa. That's all, Mr. Chair, and thank you.
Thank you. Before I turn over the floor to Senator Cayetano, I'd like to appeal, lalong-lalo na sa ABSICOM natin, sapagkat base sa mga mga nagtestigo, doon pumapadpad sa inyo at doon tumatagal. At I'm appealing that you should have more compassion for the OFWs, lalong-lalo na yung mga experience ng iba, hindi daw pinapakain, hindi ni ho ni ha, ni walang nag-offer sa kanila. Pati yung mga basic rights, yung karapatan, hindi na-explain sa kanila. So I think you have to review your procedures and reorient your personnel, lalong-lalo na bigyan ng pagmamalasakit sa ating mga OFWs.
Mr. Chairman, do we have a round each?
Yes, I'm going to turn over to Senator Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'll take off from where Ms. Ople, the fear. If you read the Bible, ilan beses doon, dozens of time na sinisimulan na do not be afraid. Kahit sa ibang tinuturing na holy book ng ibang religions, the assurance of the Lord always not to be afraid. Because Ms. Ople and the OFW who sent that message hit the nail on the head. The main point na parang hindi makuha ng gobyerno, no, is that in NAIA, there is a spirit of fear. The pictures you see in Facebook, where they wrap the baggages with plastic, or I call it bulletproofing. Hindi yan yung bulletproof na hindi tatamaan ng bala, kundi bulletproofing na hindi malagyan ng bala. Meron din fear yung employees. Napapasok lang sila doon, mababa sweldo nila, mapagbintangan sila ang nagplaplanta. As Senator Po said, hindi naman lahat. Kung meron isa o dalawa out of 100, lahat tuloy, feeling nila, suspetsya sila. Diba? But the reality is, sirs, to the honorable gentlemen who are before us today, you cannot deny that turista, foreigners, OFWs, even the Secretary of DOT, Secretary Jimenez already said, let's stop talking about it. But how can you stop talking about it when the first thing you do when you're going to the airport is say, will I get into the plane without being harassed or without bullets being planted in my bag? No? So let's start with this. Do we agree, Secretary and honorable gentleman before us, that in layman terms, that the OTC, MIAA, OTS, ABSICOM, it is your job to make the airport safe and make our passengers not only feel secure, but they be secure?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, correct. And in fact, Secretary, that's why you took pains to explain, dalawang side yung security. One is that wala talagang makapagdala ng bala o explosives sa airplano because safety nila yon. Diba? That's what you were explaining to the media, na trabaho nyo yon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So, on the other hand of it naman is that, of course, we have to make the airports and the airplanes and the aviation safe, but the feeling of the passenger na safe din siya, na hindi siya matataniman, is also as important.
If not more important.
If not more important, okay. Can we go to the next slide? General Manager Honrado, sir, pasensya na po. I know you're friends with most of us here, no? But talagang ang nagiging issue kasi dito, are we helpless eh? And who's in charge or who should take responsibility? I know command responsibility, that's why the Secretary Abaya is here, but there's a general manager eh. But you keep saying na pagka-security, OTS ang in charge. Ito po ba ang sinasabi mo? Yung Executive Order 311, taken into consideration, taken together with Executive Order 277, no, which says that the Office for Transportation Security as the single authority responsible for security of the transportation system of the country. Tama po ba, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. 311 po. EO 311.
Okay. So, ang sinasabi mo, basta't security, OTS dapat.
Your screening po o screening of passenger, luggages, and cargo, and our security procedures will have to be approved by OTS.
Okay. Tinanong po kanina ni Senator Marcos, meron ka bang control? Ang sagot nyo, wala. Tama po ba yan?
I don't have any operational nor supervisory control,
Okay.
Your Honor.
How about supervision?
Even, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you aware of Executive or Administrative Order 151? Okay. Can we go to Administrative Order 511? Next slide. Hindi ba ang linaw-linaw dyan? Affirming the authority of the Manila International Airport Authority over airport operation in the premises of Ninoy Aquino International Airport. Under Section 9B of EO 903, the MIAA General Manager is empowered to provide general supervision and overall coordination on all government agencies operating in NAIA. So you cannot tell us now na there are 22, 40, 50, etc. You have general supervision, meaning kung may problema, tama, hindi ikaw ang automatically may masisisi. Pero kung may problema, trabaho mo i-coordinate lahat yan. And if you read the rest of the AO, you are empowered to call for them to make amendments in the procedure. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor. But if I may be
Go
allowed,
ahead, sir.
Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
Meron pong provision dito, provided that such supervision general over the person of secretary shall not neither removes nor diminish the power and authority of the said government agencies insofar as their legal mandates are concerned and their control and supervision over their
I agree.
personnel.
Control means, sir, pag ang inutos ni General hulihin, you cannot overrule him. Wag hulihin. That's control. Control means you cannot supplant his order with your order. But general supervision means, no, you can call him and say, sir, may problema tayo dito. Hindi na ordinaryong isa-isa na may nakukuha ng bala. Yung sistema natin may problema. Upuan natin at baguhin natin sistema. That's within your power, sir. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor, because of the installation of the Airport Security
Okay.
Center.
Can you go to the next slide? To prove my point, ito po, sa Section 2, ang linaw-linaw dyan, the General Manager of the MIAA may cause the government agencies operating under the NAIA to modify or make adjustments in the layout of the offices, flow of work, arrangement, procedures, etc., etc. Okay, sir. Since lumabas tong tanimbala, have you made any changes or amendments, corrective, protective measures to assure people, huwag kayong matakot, nandito kami? Have you done anything?
Your Honor, the OTS has come up with their new
No, sir.
procedure.
Sir, I'm not talking about the OTS. I'm talking about the general manager. I will go to them later. Kasi ang nakalagay dito, you have overall authority over NAIA and you have general supervision and kayo po ang chief coordinator. Did you call all of them? Kasi ang OTS, ituturo naman ngayon yung Aviation Security Group. Ang Aviation Security Group, ituturo naman nila ang batas at ang piskalya. That's why there has to be one person in charge and he will take charge and coordinate. So I'm asking, sir, wag yung ginawa ng OTS. Did you call a meeting?
Yes,
of
Your
all
Honor.
of these what
I'm sorry.
date yung meeting
The
na yun,
1st
sir?
of October, Your Honor.
Okay, and what did you tell them sa meeting
One
na
of the
yun?
major issues is the tanimbala, the alleged tanimbala, and then the measures to come up with in order to assure the public of their safety. The first thing that was directed to OTS is put up more signages. That was the first issue.
Sign, ano hong nakalagay
Signages
sa sign?
po.
Bawal magtanim ng bala? No, I'm sorry. You, let me explain, sir, why I said that, ha? There was also a case of tanimbala in Davao City. Is the mayor of any city where the airport, are they part of any security group? Hindi po, di ba?
Wala po, sir.
Wala po. But si Mayor Duterte sent more policemen to the airport. Gumala sila. May dalang leaflet. Sabi sa leaflet, mag-ingat sa tanimbala, bawal ang tanimbala. He went on TV at sabi niya, ipakakain niya yung bala dun sa nagtatanim ng bala. Then he put CCTVs which were fed into the mayor's office. After that po, wala nang report ng tanimbala. That's why I'm asking you. Dahil ang media, mas marami, may nakastasyon nga sa NAIA. Sa Davao Airport, wala eh. But just by that single act, he sent the message na may susumbungan kayo. All of these people before us, and later we'll hear from the other victim, di nila alam saan pupunta, kanino pupunta. And every time, sir, that you're on TV, baka naman nami-misquote lang kayo, but ang kinakapture sa TV, ang sinasabi nyo, wala akong magagawa, hindi sa ilalim sa akin yan. Hindi covered ng NAIA General Manager. So, instead of people looking at you and saying, I will have confidence. Meron akong kasangga dyan sa airport. Ang nakikita nila, kung yung General Manager, walang magagawa. Kanino kami lalapit? So tell me, sir, para mapaikli, is there something that the Secretary, yourself, OTS, can tell us today so that tomorrow wala nang fear sa NAIA?
Well, basically po, I feel that one of the major issues is awareness. Because people bring bullets, whether live or dead, on most instances as amulets. They do not know the existence of the Republic Act, which prohibits the carrying
Sige, sir. So those are the ones na nagdadala. So are you saying, sir, na walang tanimbala ngayon? Because the people in front of you, none of them brought bullets, according to them. So are you saying now they're lying? At nagdala sila ng bala?
I don't think I'll be in a position to say that.
No, sir. Because if we do not admit that meron tanimbala, we're back to square one. We can only solve the problem if here today we admit that there is at least one case of tanimbala. This fiscal's office have already dismissed a lot of these cases. Mr. White here is saying there's no way that the bullet is theirs, it could come from them. Our OFWs here were saying that coming from Lawag, coming from other airports, na screen wala, pero meron. So are you saying, sir, right now, you're 100% sure na walang tanimbala?
I can be 100% sure yun. Let me just
sorry, sir. You're 100% sure na wala?
I'm not.
Okay,
100%. I cannot be 100% sure.
Mayor Duterte was also not sure that in Davao wala o meron. But by making that statement and doing those simple things, putting additional police na hindi taga-ABSICOM doon, by putting CCTVs, na-assure na sila kayo, nakita mo yung OFW na papunta ngayon sa NAIA, nag-text pa kay Miss Ople na, ma'am, anong gagawin ko pagdating doon? So, kung nanunood, nakikinig sa'yo ngayon po, sir, or kay Secretary Abayo, can't we, no, we're already in the Senate can't we now tell them, huwag kayong matakot, at pagplantahan kayo, hindi kayo kakasuhan, makakauwi kayo. Justice Acosta here, the PAO head, already, ito yung Fajardo versus People case. Ma'am, correct ba? Okay. Ang daming nagfa-file ng bill na i-decriminalize. Hindi kailangan Sinabi na, if the police in the investigation, if your security group finds that wala silang intent to possess, duda kayo na nilagay, you don't have to file a case. Sabihin nyo, sumakay na kayo sa aeroplano. So, let me follow up, sir. Hindi ba yun ang you used to have a security council in the airport before
yes,
your time?
Your Honor.
And you abolished it, sir, right?
No, Your Honor. In fact, we strengthened it.
Can you go
we extended it.
Can you go to slide number 5, the next slide? The next slide. Ayan, ni-report sa interaction because your predecessors, during the time of Hindi Tuwid na Duan, during the time of GMA, President Arroyo, may security council kayo. So, hindi lang ABSICOM ang magde-decide. Magkakasama kayo, i-report sa security council, sir, may nahulihan ng bala. Titignan ngayon, OFW ba yan? Oo. Pabalik-balik ba sa airport? May kaso ba yan? Terorista ba? Hindi. Pasakayin mo na. You took that out.
No, Your Honor. We just changed the name.
What's the name now?
MIA Security Council po.
Okay, does that MIA Security Council review all of the cases o binabato nyo lang sa OTS at saka sa ABSICOM?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but we don't review each and every case.
Oh, but in the past, during the time of Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo, they did. That's why hindi sumabog. Meron ng laglag bala nun, meron nagdadala ng amulets nun. So, ibig nyo sabihin, sa baluktot na daan, yung OFWs hindi naharas, pero sa tuwid na daan, mahaharas tayo. Couldn't you have just talked to that Security Council? Couldn't you have talked with General Balagtas? Haven't talked to the PAO and say, Ma'am, ano ba talaga batas dito? Bakit dati, pag OFW nahulihan, kahit sabihin niyan dala niya at sinabi amulet pero hindi live, hindi na kinakasuhan. Bakit ngayon? This isn't new. This has been happening for decades in our country. Parang hulid up yan. Kahit saan may hulid up. Ang punto po dito, sir, how these people in this room now have been handling this. You blame media, you blame people, you say na pinapalaki ito, but your handling of it. It's been 60 days since the case, or ano ba ngayon, November 12. September 11 yun, 2 months. None of you here have interviewed them. May I just interrupt myself and ask the other alleged victims here. Kayo ba in-interview na ba kayo ng kahit anong opisina po dito? Ma'am, pwede isa-isa yung pangalan nyo tapos or yung counsel po.
Good afternoon po, sir.
Pakisabi lang pong pangalan.
Ako
Tapos
po si Rufina Cruz, 65 years old, sir.
Oh, ma'am. Kayo po ba, nakausap na ba kayo ng kahit anong opisina dito,
Never
OTS?
po.
Hindi pa. Kailan po yung nangyari sa inyo yung kaso?
November 6, 2015 at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Next, ma'am. Sino pa po?
Good afternoon po. Ako po si Rowena Otik. Ganun din po.
Kailan nangyari, Rowena, yung sa'yo?
November 3 po,
Okay.
ng 2 p.m. po.
So, wala pang kumausap sa inyo sa 4 na opisinang ito?
Wala po. Nag-overnight pa po kami dun sa aviation. Wala pong lumapit.
Pero dinideny nyo, no, na dala nyo yung bala?
Yung sa akin po kasi, dalawa po yung nakuha. Yung isa po, una pa lang inamin ko na kasi yun po, anting-anting din, tapos walang laman, may palo na, wala pong pulbura.
Walang pulbura,
Opo.
okay. We'll let you talk mamaya and go to your case, ha? But sa point ko lang to na, ma'am, na meron bang sa labas, no, ng ordinary investigators, meron pa ba, ma'am? Meron pa dito.
Good afternoon po. Ako po si Milagrosa Cagente, 48 years old. Sumundo lang po ako. Wala pong nakausap. Nung pong time na nakita po yun, naghahanap po ako ng parang kakampi o masasabihan ng tulong. Kasi po dadating po yung isang kliyente ko na i-endorse ko na yung unit niya. Nahihiya ako dahil na-stranded ako, nakalapag na, nag-hysterical na ako na mawawalan ako ng trabaho, mawawalan ako ng kita. Parating na yung kliyente ko, pagbigyan nyo na ako. Sabi kong gano'n. Tapos ayaw nila ipagalaw yung bag. Sabi ko, walang gagalaw niyan. Hindi ko yan papayagan, akin yan.
To this day, ma'am, may kumausap sa inyo
Wala
sa 4 na
po.
opisina?
Wala po.
So nakita mo, General Manager, Secretary, no? From our point of view of the media, parang press release lang yung iniimbestigahan. Kasi eto yung 4 na example, 5 ng here today. Hindi ko alam yung iba. General Balagtas, no? Parang lumalabas, despite this scandal, hindi nyo binago yung procedure. Wala silang pwedeng, di ba, halimbawa sa restaurant, sabi mo yung waiter na to, parating nag-overcharge. Kung once lang mangyari, okay lang. Pero kung araw-araw, meron nagsasabing, sir, ito lang in-order namin dinagdagan, hindi mo ba lalagyan ng manager doon na pwedeng sumbungan? But instead of meron, the police are saying their hands are tied, the general manager is saying he doesn't have the power, OTS is saying something else. No? So I think, Mr. Chairman, we should hear them. But can I make one more point? Administrator Cumono, no? I was really surprised, and witness ko po dito si Miss Ople, no? The day before or few days before yung nangyari sa Hong Kong, nakuha na ng cocaine. May press con po kami, may forum kami sa Max, no, sa Circle. Sinabi ko na yon, bakit napakarami na drugs na nakakalusot? Pero bakit po ang bala hindi? 'Di ba? And eto may dala akong 2.5 kilos eh. So eto po ang equivalent ng 2.5 kilos. Flour lang po to, hindi to po okay. Ayan po, okay? I'm a licensed firearm holder and I'm authorized to also carry 50 bullets. So, isa lang to. So, I'm not violating the law. No? So, ito pong isang bala. Can you open it up? So, anyway, Administrator, bakit po sa laki ng ginagastos ng gobyerno at sa hirap ng dinadama ng OFWs na nagiging drug mules, marami po to hindi lang lahat na report. Sa amin po, pastor pa sa tsinelas tinago, hindi niya alam na drugs yon nandun. So, ito po yung bala. Ang daming case na nakikita. Ito po yung equivalent ng 2.5 kilos ng cocaine. Hindi nakikita. Anong explanation po nun?
Una po, yung expertise po ng aming screener is really para po doon sa sa listahan ng prohibited items, including po yung explosives. Ngayon po, pag nakita mo po kasi sa X-ray yan, hindi niya po sinasabi kung yan ay explosive or other substance. Ang sinasabi lang po ng ating X-ray, which is a single view po, is it's an organic substance, inorganic substance, or mixture po. The other,
Iba po ba ang inyong X-ray sa X-ray ng Bureau of Customs?
hindi ko po alam yung sa Bureau
Okay,
of Customs.
can you go to the next slide, please? The slide number 11. Number 11, yung sa Bureau of Customs. Ayan po kasi sa website ng Bureau of Customs, pati hidden drugs kita. So, bakit naman po yung X-ray nila? Mas bago po yung sa inyo, bagong bili po yung sa inyo, di ba? I saw some press release that
kung yung,
nag-upgrade kayo sa NAIA ng X-ray machines.
hindi po kami yung bumibili ng X-ray machine
Okay.
sa NAIA po.
Yeah, but it was delivered there, no? Hindi opisina nyo, but delivered.
Opo.
So, bakit yung sa BOC na X-ray machines, and can you go to one slide up, yung sa, Rappler said the same thing, no? New X-ray machines boost NAIA revenue collection. Capability, jewelry, luxury, designer bags, foreign currencies, and even prohibited drugs. Do you mean to tell me now na kailangan pa namin himayin pag may budget? Ano yung X-ray machine ng OTS? Ano X-ray machine ng BOC? Hindi ba dapat yung X-ray machine nyo, kita rin kung may prohibited drugs? Doesn't that affect the safety of passengers then?
Ang pinagbabatayan po namin, Your Honor, as far as yung prohibited items, entering po, yung entry dun sa loob ng aircraft, ang pinagbabatayan po namin dito yung listahan na binigay ng ICAO.
Yes, but you're not limited to that. I read the executive order. You can add to that list, hindi ba?
Opo.
So halimbawa, kung sa view mo dapat ang nail cutter or ang lighter hindi dapat, pwede mo idagdag sa listahan. Makikita sa po 'yon, sa X-ray.
Again po, ang pinagbabatayan po namin, even yung Swiss knife.
Yes.
Yung still po, yung po 'yon, yung
But I don't know, sir, kung sa iyo to, kung kay Secretary Abaya, kung kay General Manager Honrado, pero hindi nyo nakikita yung problema. Hindi nyo nakikita na kung hindi pa nagkaroon ng tanimbala, hindi pa nila makikita na pag ganitong cocaine makakalusot, eto hindi. Samantalang ang BOC, sinasabi nila, meron naman silang X-ray machine. Kasi, paano kung halimbawa, sige, na-solve natin tanimbala, kung tanim shabu naman ang gagawin ngayon? It's the same effect. You will have Mr. Whites here, you will have Nanay Glorias here, you will have Lolo Santiago's here, but instead of the bala, eto ang sinasabing ilagay. Mas madali lang ilagay yung bala, but I can put 50 grams, 10 grams of shabu in a small plastic, madali din iipit. Yun, sir, no? So, hindi ko, sir, sinasabi na any one of you here are doing this. I know you're trying to solve the problem, no? But that's the main point of all of this. Why did it turn out to be a national scandal? Can't we go out of this room, some of you announcing something here, that this will stop today? And if any of you are like Mr. Lane White, any of you are like Nanay Gloria, eto ang tawagan mo number. Ang number na nagbigay dito, sir, I'll just finish it. si Justice Acosta, ang problema, defensive pa rin eh. If you call Justice Acosta, a case will be filed pa rin against you. Can you not instruct the PNP Aviation Group that upon investigation at nalaman nyo na walang intent to possess, walang laman yan, etc. yan, do not file the case. Get her or him on the plane. You have all the computers, all the background, etc. For the last 60 days, hindi nyo binago. You still continue, and then sa media, you keep saying, kasi anting-anting kasi sila. So, ang dating po sa mga pasahero na pupunta doon, pag may nakita sa amin, pagpipilitan ng opisyal na kami amin yon at anting-anting yon. You know? We have to give the passengers assurance. Wala kayong dalang bala, may makita dyan, pero we accept your explanation. Hindi namin kayo kakasuhan. Can we give that assurance to them today? Or, sabihin, pag may nakitang bala sa inyo, sorry sir, sa piskal na kayo magpaliwanag. Can we give that, sir, today?
In fact, in fact, Your Honor, pinag-uusapan po nga yun, sinabi po ni Secretary Abaya, as far as NCASI is concerned, para lang po na maintindihan natin, ano, at yung tama po yung sinasabi ninyo, pag na-detect nga po itong item na to, tapos po pwede naman palang hindi na. Kasi ang sinasabi, yun nga po, ang sinasabi nga lang po namin, baka naman pwede yung discretion, na hindi, wala namang intent to possess.
Sinabi na nga po ni Justice Acosta ng Supreme Court pag walang intent to possess, so all the ABSECOM has to do is that if their investigation finds, I'll demonstrate it to you right now. Sir, ano yung dala mo niyang folder ba yan? Pwedeng sir, dalin mo sa akin. I-demonstrate ko lang sa inyo, sir, ha? Para lang malinaw at matapos natin to today. Pagbukas ko sa folder, may bala eh. Ito, may bala. May bala, pagbukas ko ng folder niya. So will I detain the general today and file a case against him? Or will you look at the CCTV kung hawak ko yung bala, and will you look at that he's a PNP officer, he's authorized naman na may bala? I could have easily slept this, last night, iniisip ko na pagpasok nyo, lagyan ko yung bag nyo ng bala. Just to make the point that kaya nga may investigasyon. Thank you, sir. Just to make the point, sir, the police are not a stop. It's not a matter of discretion. It's findings of their investigation. You can create a committee, and there used to be a security committee. Kasi ang problema, General, siguro ang problema ng police, di ba? Pag hindi nyo pinail yung kaso, natatakot naman yung mga police, sila naman ang kasuhan. Tama po ba yan?
That's right, Your Honor.
But if it's a committee, you file your findings. Ang finding namin, OFW yan, 10 beses lumipad yan, never may dalang bala, tingin namin walang intent. And a committee of 3 people, 1 from OTS, 1 from the General Manager's office, 1 from your offices, pasakay na yan, huwag nyo i-delay. Aangal ho ba yung inyong command doon?
I think, sir, Your Honor, we will go with it, sir. Kung,
at walang fear ang police nun na siya ang babalikan, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Secretary, can something like that be done? So that wala nang fear yung pupunta doon. That's still an investigation. No, there's no law violated there. You are not violating the firearms law there. You are simply following the result of the investigation. Of course, pag binuksan mo, may granada dyan. The guy plans to blow up the airplane. Of course, kakasuhan mo. Hindi mo papasakayin yon. Di ba? Pero kung makikita mo lahat ng facts, 21 years yan, OFW, pabalik-balik, 70 years old yan, never, walang criminal record. Di ba? Iisang bala. Sino ba naman, everyday na sa news, magdadala ka pa ng bala, iisa pa? Di ba? I mean, that's why they said you cannot buy common sense Kasama na talaga sa investigasyon yun. Ngayon, pagbukas mo ng bag, there are 300 bullets doon, nakabalot, bebenta. Ibang usapan po yun, sir. Wala naman siguro dito magsasabing ganon, no? But I think that's the main point, sir, of this issue. You know, going to their cases, we can spend 60 days, 100 days investigating. But can we go out of this hall having some sort of solution or committee that if I go to the airport tomorrow at hindi ako senador, may nakita, who do I call? And can they assure me within 30 minutes, they will tell me whether a case will be filed or I can go because they found out na, for one reason or the other, may bala ako dun sa bag ko.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think we need inputs from the prosecutor and Undersecretary of DOJ could help us, because it is also dangerous to give discretion down to that level. As you know, when you have discretion, there's opportunity to negotiate and likewise exploit people in the same light. So I think we should hear because we
Secretary, first of all, this is not new. During the time of President Macapagal Arroyo, they had a security committee. And the security committee reviewed some of these cases, and they did it that way, kaya hindi to pumutok. Pangalawa po, this is standard operating procedure even of the Philippine National Police. If in the middle of the night, nahuli ka sa motorsiklo, meron, dadaling ka sa presinto. Kung ang finding sa presinto is that wala kang intent to possess o hindi, etc., pauwiin ka, hindi na dadalan sa piskal. That's why I'm saying that there's no need for an amendment of the law. I'm not talking about cases that when you investigate, you find out na talagang nagdala ng bala. Talagang may live talaga. I'm talking about cases na kaya nga iniimbestigahan nila doon na sinasabing nilagay ito. Like in one of our witnesses here, sabi niya may dala siyang isa, pero hindi siya live at amulet. Nung nalaman na hindi live, nilagyan ng isa pa.
Mr. Chairman, I think we should ask the prosecutors because they determine kung dapat bang kasuhan.
Sir, that's where I'm trying to correct you as a lawyer, no? The prosecutors will determine if the findings of the police is that it should be filed. But the police can find. Ma'am Acosta, can you help me explain that? Diba? You get that point. Can you help us explain that so we can come to a solution?
Para po sa kaalaman ni Secretary Abaya, resolution po ito ng Piskal ng Pasay, si Piskal Michael Vito Cruz. Dinismiss po niya for lack of probable cause ang isinampa ng ABSICOM laban kay Joby Nobleza. Ang reason din, no animus possidendi. Isa po to, dated November 10. Eto pa po, approved po ng City Prosecutor na si Nolasco Fernandez Jr. Pagkatapos po may pangalawa pa, yung kaso po ni Nanay Antonina Agustin Rozaga, 71 years old. Ganon din po, si Piskal Nolasco Fernandez, City Prosecutor, mismo ang pumirma. Case filed by ABSICOM, dismissed for lack of probable cause. Isang bala lang din ang involved dito. Noong pong, ito po ang pinakauna na dinismiss November 9. Tapos kay Nanay Gloria Ortines, isinampa ng ABSICOM, PO1 Ballesteros, Galang, Abelia, Rosal, complainants. Ganon din. Mas mahaba po ito kasi sensational yung kay Nanay Gloria. Nasusulat din po dito, in view of the foregoing, for lack of probable cause, the charge against Gloria Ortines Idumawal for violation of Section 28 of RA 10591 is hereby dismissed November 11. Signed by Senior State City Prosecutor Willie Chan, approved by the City Prosecutor Nolasco Fernandez.
In other words, ma'am, if Nanay Gloria went to the airport tonight, may nahanap na isang bala, yung investigador sinabi, 21 years kang OFW, never nagka-problema, galing kang Lawag, we do not believe na dala mo to, we will not file a case. Pwede po yun.
Pwede po yun, kasi kahapon nga, yung magaling nating colonel ng ABSICOM, nag-motion po ako. Motion to dismiss the case. Do not forward the case to the prosecutor. OFW, pupuntang Taiwan, dalawa. Mawawalan ng trabaho, balik-balik. Bakit mo kakasuhan pa? Ito, release from custody. Pirmado ni Police Senior Superintendent Adolfo B. Samala Jr. Upon motion for outright dismissal and release from custody by the Chief Public Attorney of the Philippines, Persida Rueda Acosta, on the ground of no intent to possess animus possidendi on the part of the intercepted passenger Syke Moran Ibobos, the motion is hereby granted. Ayan, wherefore, quote and quote, nirelease po sa OWA siya. Dalawa po ito. Kaya pong gawin kung gusto. Mr. Senator.
Yeah. Last point, Mr. Secretary, please study that. I was hoping, di ba, na you can just reconvene that committee. You would agree with me na ibang-iba, halimbawa, Granada yan. Kasi kung Granada yan, bakit mo papayagan makasakay? Paano kung yung airplano ay ma-endanger? Pero iba yun sa isang bala. And this scandal is ongoing because, you cannot just blow up the plane, with one ball, especially when you open it up at wala naman palang pulbura. Kasi yung mga nagsasabing amulet, alam din nila na may batas so bubuksan yan. I know personally, asawa ng isang pulis, may dala siya. Sinabi niya, anting-anting, hiningan siya ng 500. Pinakawalan. So yung sinasabi niyong discretion, etc., that's theoretical. In reality, di ba, whether sila nagdala o hindi nagdala, it's the investigation that is important. And if you just want to make sure of security but also of safety of the passengers, you can have a committee para hindi lang isa magde-decide. So, isang security expert na taga-OTS, isang security expert na taga-PNP, isang security officer sa general manager o kung sino man, di ba? Kasi kawawa naman po yung screeners nyo. May trauma na rin sila ngayon. Kawawa po yung mga porter. Wala pong nagpapabuhat sa bag. Ang natutuwa lang po dito yung nagpapabalot ng plastic eh. Dahil sila ang kumikita. But even them, they don't want to make money that way, Mr. Secretary. So I was hoping that we can live here with some sort of assurance that you will renew the system. Kasi sa police din naman, sir, lahat na naman nangyari, kayo na pagbibintangan, di ba? Pero kaya kami nag-file ng case under EO 226, Command Responsibility. Hindi nakalagay doon na kailangan nyo isolve. Ang kailangan doon, nag-meeting kayo at may ginawa kayong preventive or corrective measure. And that's what we've all been asking here today. Sir, anong pwede nyong gawin na bukas safe lahat ng mga tao? Walang mag-iisip na kailangan pa nila magtawag ng senador, congressman, ng PAW lawyer, etc. And by just assuring them na pag isang bala or whatever yan, kahit isang pirasong shabu, but under the investigation, we found out tinanimang kayo. But right now, sir, let me be very honest. Ang dating sa tao, ang mindset nyo na is dala nyo yan, anting-anting yan, guilty kayo. Na kayo may kasalanan, dala nyo yan eh. Parang walang puwang that there's at least one bad egg in NAIA that planted that. No? So anyway, Mr. Chairman, I think I made my point, and I think the Secretary is thinking for that suggestion.
We'll study it carefully, Your Honor.
Okay.
And implement immediately.
Thank you. So, Secretary, I take it you will look into it and take that into consideration. When do you think you could come up with an answer to your study?
Actually, my real concern, Your Honor, just to share with you, there are also some ammunition that are rim-fired. You don't need a gun to have it explode on board. A mere tapping of a hard instrument could hurt somebody, could actually, in extreme case, bring down a plane. But of course, these are exceptions to the rule. My real concern is giving discretion to a small group. If we were all angels here, we could gladly sleep at night and assure OFWs na wala po talaga masasamantala. But again, we are various people in government, and a small group that has that discretion, whether palalayain ng isa, the bad side of that, they could also exploit the same OFWs in the same way. If discretion is always dangerous, Your Honor. But again, we will try our best to come up with policies. We need help from DOJ. The Prosecutor General was here a while ago. We need help from him. If indeed we could grant police or a small group of decision makers that if they make a decision on a live ammo, pakawalan na lang, essentially is a violation of law. But as long as they couldn't be countercharged, I think they could sleep at night. But we'll carefully study, Your Honor. We'll seek the assistance of DOJ.
Just clarification. Why are we talking about live ammo versus dead ammo? Dead ammo cannot explode. Live ammo has powder. So that rimfire you're talking about, the 22, that's got powder.
Yes, Your Honor.
That is live ammo. That should not be allowed. But anything that's amulet, anting-anting, makikita mo naman eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that should be allowed. Now, second point, what are the rules in other countries? We're not the only country with this kind of problems.
Yes,
We're
Your Honor.
trying to reinvent the wheel. Ano pong ginagawa nila sa Hong Kong, sa Singapore, sa Japan, etc. At gayahin natin sila.
Yes, Your Honor. I think most of the things that we're doing right now is pretty much the same. Pareho rin po yung ginaganap sa ibang bansa. Just to clarify, Your Honor, kapag non-live. Ibig sabihin, isang component out of the 4 is not present. Ang OFW po, or any passenger, kinokumpiska lang ho yan at pinapayagang umalis po yung pasahero.
Yeah.
Walang fine, walang kaso. Only those in possession of a live ammo na kompleto yung 4 na component ang siyang may kaso dahil po sa batas.
Alright. But, pag nasa maleta nila na chine-check-in, bawal pa ba yun? You know, different kung handbag yung carry-on at kung nasa maleta.
According, bawal pa rin po, sir.
Bawal pa rin?
Bawal pa rin po.
Kung nasa maleta?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, isang question ho kay Nanay Glo. Nay?
Nanay.
Miss Gloria, hiningan ko ba ng pera? May humingi ba ng pera sa iyo? Yung
Wala
connection ko? Wala.
Opo.
Ngayon, yung trip po ninyo pabalik sa Hong Kong, ano nangyari po sa binayaran ninyo? Wala na yon.
Wala na po.
Nalugi kayo doon.
Opo.
Hindi bali yung secretary, i-refund sa iyo yung...
Sana
Para
po.
hindi ko makuha, i-refund ko.
Mr. Chairman,
I just want to clarify, Justice Acosta, yung sinasabi niyong People versus Fajardo Supreme Court case, kasi maliwanag, pagka-amulet, wala yung, di ba, there are four elements to a bullet.
Any one among the 4.
Oh, kung amulet, walang problema yon.
Opo, mas pinakaluma pa po, pero itong controlling decision, yung People versus Placido Mesa, 84 OG 687.
Yeah, pero ano sinasabi doon? Pag live ammo, pero walang intent to possess, please, paliwanag niyo po.
Kahit po live ammo, walang intent to possess as an ammunition, sabihin, hindi pananakit, hindi pamamaril, wala pong criminal
Walang
liability.
criminal liability.
Opo.
And according to Article 8 of the Civil Code, the Supreme Court decisions form part of the law of the land. Am I
Tama po.
correct?
Napakatama po niyan.
So, Secretary Ibaya, please be guided accordingly in making your decision as to that committee. That even if it's a live ammo, according to Justice Acosta, kahit na live siya, pagka walang intent to
Possess as an ammunition or to hurt, to sasaktan o papuputukin.
possess as an ammunition or to intend to use
Opo.
to hurt somebody,
Opo.
kung
Walang
wala
criminal
yun,
liability.
no criminal liability.
Kahit baril pa nga po yan meron ngang isang desisyon na ginamit natin mga piskal, parang pinagawa lang niya, parang tagagawa siya ng baril, taga-repair, dala niya, nahuli siya, pinawalang sala po siya. Dahil
because
wala
he was
siyang
a-
intent to possess.
Yung gunsmith ang tawag doon.
Opo.
Mr. Chair, just on that point.
Yes, Senator Cayetano.
That's what I want to clarify kay Secretary. I'm not asking you to give them discretion. They're the investigators. When they find out under their investigation that there's no intent to possess or duda sila na talagang dala niya yon, meaning they suspect baka nga plinanta, it is their duty not to fight it sa piskal. You watch all this police and movie, you can watch live yung totoo sa inquest or watch even sa movies. Yung police captain sasabihin sa police, why file it? They will just throw it out. You will waste taxpayers' money. So I'm not asking you to change the rule. I'm saying, some time ago, ang NAIA had a committee and nire-review nila yung investigation. Hindi discretion yon. It's a finding of fact. Their finding and their investigation is that there's no intent to possess at hindi dapat, wag nyo na i-file yung kaso, pasakayin mo na. No? So, anyway, it's all been communicated. Kung ako masusunod, I will not let you leave here until you make a decision because every day na people go to the airport na nagdududa, kawawa empleyado, kawawa yung pupunta doon. You have to give them something, no? Or, or you stand there yourself and say, because, Secretary, excuse me, but, someone has to do the job. Hindi to bago, yung hold up, hindi bago tong tanimbala. But bakit pumutok to during this period? Kung sasabihin yung meron naninira, meron sindikato, di ba't hindi mahuli din? So can we, how long do you need if you can't decide today?
I think, well, Your Honor, maybe we could hear the opinion of General Balagtas, because I think that is his primary role in this, and it's getting his...
Sir Secretary, he already said his opinion a while ago. I asked him if there was a committee. Ayaw lang gawin ng pulis yun dahil baka sila masisi. I asked him if there was a committee and the committee said do not file it. He said they will abide. It is in their manual. Ang manual nila ng investigation ng PNP is that pagka sa investigation nila guilty, i-file. That's why in-example ko kanina yung yung bala nilagay ko sa kanya. Kung nilagay ko ngayon yung bala sa kanya, dumating yung Sergeant at Arms, sa piskalya ka ba dadalhin? Hindi. Magpa-finding yung Sergeant of Arms namin. And nilagay ni Senator Cayetano bakit siya ang dadalhin namin ng piskalya? So it's a finding of fact. But of course, if the finding of the Sergeant of Arms is dala niya and it's So I'm just saying, Secretary, if it's an ordinary investigation, case per case, tama yung nangyayari. Hindi na nga case per case Every single day, ang dami. At may accusation na nga na may modus, merong sindikato, etc. So unless baguhin nyo yung sistema at may remedyo, this will continue. And you want to continue, you made the statement, we assure APEC delegates, walang maplaplanta ng bala sa inyo. I'm sure what you meant was that also OFWs and everyone. But anong interpretasyon namin lahat? Pati ng sa social media tao. Ang interpretasyon namin, pagka taga-APEC, kaya nyo i-guarantee. Pag ordinary tourist at saka ordinary OFW, hindi nyo kayang guarantee. We want to help you. We want to correct that. But it's not going to happen if you keep the same system right now. That the police feels na basta't may nakita, kailangan i-file. Pero pag nakita ng police, 71 years old, 30 times lumipad, galing sa ganun airport, hindi nakita, hindi. Finding ng police, do not file. Because there's no intent to process, and duda kami yun. There's a committee that reviews it, para nga walang lagayan. Wag i-file. Humabol ka na sa flight mo. That's why sinasabi na NAIA, pag international flight, 3 hours before. Para kung may aberya ka, 20-30 minutes, di ba, makakasakay ka pa. Kung late sila, kasalanan nila yon. Pero nandun ka 3 hours before, 2 hours before, you can do that right away.
Pag-aaralan po namin, Mr. Chairman. But again, we just a clarification here. We came from the law school, from the same law school. A specific law doesn't consider good faith or bad faith or intention. That's how I understood it. So for a special law on illegal possession of a live ammo, then I have to study and go back to my books. How does intention come into
Mr.
play?
Chair,
It might be
the problem is,
jurisprudence.
Mr. Chair, Secretary, as you said, same law school, may Supreme Court decision na. Sabi ng Supreme Court decision, pagka special law, you don't need criminal intent, but you still need intent to possess. No? But remember, even sa intent to possess, kung aaminin niya na hawak niya yung bala, hindi nga niya inaamin Ang sinasabi nga niya, galing ako sa kabilang airport, hindi na-detect, nandito. So the investigator can put that and he can make a judgment. It's not discretion, it's a judgment call. No? But what I'm saying, sir, not case per case. There can be certain cases na he still finds na dapat kasuhan yan. Di natin sinasabi ngayon sa police, pikit mata kayo lahat. Ang sinasabi natin, in most of these cases na mukhang laglag bala, di ba? Give them an out, kaso sa mapunta pa sa piskal, na delay sila ng 2 weeks, yung pangalan nila. Alam mo sa Hong Kong, may cross-checking sila doon Was it Nanay Gloria na napanood nung alaga niya yung hinuhuli siya? So may trauma ngayon So even, Nay?
Opo, sir.
Napanood nung amo nyo?
Yung alaga ko po, umiiyak po.
Umiiyak siya. So hindi maintindihan nung bata, criminal ba yung second mother niya, yung yaya niya, or bakit hinuli, inaapi ba? So it's not a simple thing, Secretary, di ba?
I'm sure po si Nanay Gloria is not, she's completely innocent. But pag-aralan po namin mabuti, and I've been coordinating with the USEC DOJ, we'll come up with clear policies to look after our OFWs, but at the same time, avoid and also protect our law enforcers.
Okay. After you come up with a decision, after your study, you said you'll study it, and then you'll come to a decision, please report your decision to the committee.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Recto?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I will just try to be very brief. Many of the issues have been covered already. Ang mahalaga ngayon siguro, mahinto lang muna ito. At later on mahuli yung mga nagtatanim ng bala, no? Palagay ko hindi na dapat natin pag-isipan pa kung nangyayari ba talaga to, no? Kagabi lang meron nang umamin sa telebisyon, isang nagtatrabaho sa airport. Are you familiar, General Manager? Na there was a news item last night na nagsasabi na dating empleyado ng airport. Are you familiar with this?
No, Your Honor. I just heard the news that he was a former employee of OTS.
Correct.
And
At inaamin na meron talaga.
yes, how I wish that
Oo.
yes, Your Honor, how I wish he would come out. If he's afraid, maybe he could apply to the Witness Protection Program.
Yes.
But until he comes out, then his face is just
Yeah. So ulitin ko lang Number 1, ang mahalaga dito, mahinto ito, makulong, mahuli yung mga nagtatanim ng bala kung sakasakali, no? Pangatlo, hindi lang naman yan yung extortion activity, marami pang iba. Marami nagrereklamo sa aming tanggapan. Kaya ako nga final to, September pa lang maraming nababasa tayo sa mga pahayagan, sa social media. 70%, according to this, 70% of all OFWs going to Dubai, kinikikilan sa airport din At marami pang iba. Now, having said that, what can be done para immediately mahinto yan? Secretary, napag-usapan na ba ninyo among yourselves what can be done immediately? Because I heard you earlier say that since we're discussing the 2016 budget, nabanggit ninyo na let's carve out some money for this. Napakatagal pa nun. The budget will be discussed next week after next, January pa implementation nun. And I looked at all the resources available, let's say to CAAP. CAAP's net profit last year was 2.4 billion. They do have 15.8 billion today in current assets. Kalahati nito cash. Yung MIA, ang net profit last year 3.5 billion. May intelligence fund pa kayo ng 12 million. Ang current assets ninyo 12.8 billion. Tapos 90 lang yung CCTV cameras ninyo na hindi pa maliwanag. OTS, may surplus ng 604 million. Meron kayong cash na 814 million. TIESA, meron net profit na 1.4 billion. Meron current assets na 7.5 billion. I-total ko lahat ito. Ang current assets ninyo, 35 billion Saan kinukuha to? Kinukuha to sa travel tax collection, sa toll and terminal fees na bayad ng mga pasahero, bayad ng OFW. Ang dami-daming pera doon, hindi na kailangan i-carve out. Ano ba naman, kaya nga nanawagan na rin ako, maglagay na doon ng Presidential Help Desk. Why can't we have now an office there? General Manager, ang dami niyong pera Maglagay na tayo ng help desk bukas. Bakit sa Enero? Bakit sa Pebrero? Bakit pag-iisipan pa? Araw-araw nakikita natin sa social media, sa television, yung mga pasahero, binabalot lahat ng gamit nila. Takot na takot sumakay. Takot na takot pumunta sa airport. Hanggang ngayon, hindi pa natin alam kung anong gagawin natin. Why don't we immediately put a help desk there? Maglagay tayo ng PAO lawyer doon kaagad. Yan ba pwede na?
Pwede, Your Honor.
So kailan? Bukas?
Yeah, kung available po yung PAO, we will put up the desk tomorrow.
Sir, kulang kami. 250 items pending pa sa DBM, hindi pa ma-approve.
Oh.
Na-approve nyo yung PAO law, kailangan 1 court, 1 PAO. 3,000
Yung
ang courts.
budget ang pag-usapan natin
3,000
dyan.
ang courts, tapos 1,500 lang kami. Create ng courts, hindi naman nagdadagdag ng PAO
Pero palagay ko siguro siguro naman isa, dalawa,
kaya
within
po
the
sir
week,
yan.
Kaya na yan,
Kaya
di ba?
yan. Kaya lang, wag sana maharas yung PAO lawyer doon. Baka sila naman namatam na ng bala.
Di bali, abogado naman sila
Sir, yung ano pala sir, excuse me sir, some point pwede sir. Kasi kahina pa yung may bitin yung sinabi ni sir. Madami pong desisyon ng Korte Suprema. Tama, malum prohibitum ang illegal possession. Pero sinasabi ng Korte, essential for conviction ang animus possidendi. Sinasabi ni Senator Cayetano. Hindi na po kailangan pag-aralan to ng kahit sinong abogado, kahit law students, alam po ito. Kaya pwede pong immediate ruling po dito ng kinaukulan sa ninyo po, Sir Honrado. Dati naman kayo military. Dapat alam po natin ito.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that information as well. So maliwanag, pwede tayo maglagay immediately ng help desk.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? Para na rin sa mga reklamo ng iba, hindi lang tanimbala. Halimbawa, may kumikikil na immigration officer. Halimbawa, may pasahero dumating, pinipilit isakay sa ganitong sasakyan na walang resibo, walang metro, walang kung ano-ano. Maraming kalokohan tayong alam sa airport eh. Di ba? So pwede yon. A complaint desk, a help desk.
Yes, Your Honor.
Immediately. Okay, pangalawa. Have you started the investigations already on the possibility of OTS personnel and those from the Aviation Security Command naman?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, Aviation Security Group is under PNP. General Balagtas is currently investigating 7 of his personnel, and I think it might...
In relation to this incident?
Yes, Your Honor, because we're now collating the ammunition incident, and it might actually grow. General Balagtas could expound on that. Kay Undersecretary Recomono, I think the OTS personnel involved with Mr. White, Ma'am Martinez, are all already under investigation. Part of the SOP is once a complaint is filed, they're pulled out of duty at iniimbestigahan na nga po sila. Ang paumanhinga ho namin, hindi po namin sila na itawag, may intention na tawagan din po sila at sana po either tomorrow or early next week para matapos
para
na
magkaroon ng kumpiyansa ang tao din. Gusto lang makita yung maparusahan yung dapat maparusahan. Di ba? Okay. So, meron na bang nahuli tayo na nagtatanim ng bala? Meron na bang natanggal sa posisyon, sa pwesto? Wala pa. Bago pa lang to.
Wala pa, Your Honor. Honestly, on a case dismissal, on tanim bala na prove na naglagay, wala pa po.
Okay, so sa tanim bala, wala. Other extortion activities sa OTS, sa aviation security, meron na ba?
Yes, Your Honor, but not involving po. 65 nga po yung sinabi ko for various offenses, which include yung pong extortion.
So, maraming klaseng extortion. Isa lang yung tanimbala.
Opo.
Tama? And so, meron din OTS personnel involved.
Meron po, na-dismiss na po na extortion.
Oo. Paano nag-extort yun? Gamit din yung x-ray?
Meron pong ganon.
Oo.
Ang sinasabi ko nga lang po...
So, ano naman ang tinanim dun?
Hindi po, ito po yung minsan mga prohibited items po. No, na pag kinumplain ng let's say po ng isang pasahero, whether OFW po yan o hindi, at kinumplain po yan, automatic po kasi yun eh. Kasi nga, gusto namin talaga na dapat wala ka niyan. Kukunin ka po namin, imbestigahan po namin kagad yung tao namin. At pag napatunayan ka na ikaw ay may nagbigay sa'yo, humingi ka. Kasi po, nag-issue nga po ako ng no tipping policy. Kasi may mga incident po na nagtitip lang. Ang sabi ko doon, hindi po pwede yun. Kasi you will be...
So meron nga. Meron talagang extortion activities ang OTS.
Meron.
Maliwanag yun.
Opo.
Marami na nahuli, 65 na.
65 na po yung aming na-dismiss at 19 po yung na-suspinde.
Okay. And you've been the head of OTS for how long?
Since 2012 po.
So matagal-tagal na.
Opo.
3 years na rin. Okay. Yung aviation security, how long have you been the head?
I've started last March, sir, this year.
I'm sorry?
Your Honor, I started last March this year, sir. March this year.
Para may nabasa ko sa payagan, yung head ng ABSECOM sa airport, bago lang?
The National Capital Region Aviation Security Unit, sir. He's under my supervision,
What
sir.
about the person in the airport himself? Yung head ng ABSECOM doon?
Yes, sir. Senior Superintendent Layog, sir.
Bago ba yun?
Yes. Samala, sir, is the new one, sir.
I'm sorry?
Senior Superintendent Samala was the new replacement of...
When was he put there?
Last Saturday, sir.
Saturday
Your Honor.
lang. So bakit yung tinanggal yung isa?
There is an investigation related to this...
Tanimbala?
Yes, sir. Your
Related
Honor.
to Tanimbala. So gumagalaw na nga kayo pagdating doon?
Yes, sir.
Because you relieved him eh.
There were three officers that were relieved together with the 7 non-commissioned officers, sir.
Okay. So 10 ang tinanggal na dyan ngayon. Iniimbestigahan dahil sa Tanimbala?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Same thing with the OTS?
Yes,
with
Your
regard
Honor.
to Tanimbala?
Yes, Your Honor. 15 po yun.
15 right now. So ganun karami yan. 15 and how many were you mentioning? 10.
10, Your Honor.
So 25 are being investigated dahil sa tinimbala. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you investigating anyone else aside from people in the OTS and the ABSICOM? Meron pa bang iba? Liban sa OTS at ABSICOM. Regular personnel ng MIA, halimbawa.
That is not within my jurisdiction po. Yung pong
OTS lang.
yung OTS lang po. Tama po kayo.
So you're not aware. Paano ngayon kung sindikato nga yan? OTS at ABSICOM. Dahil sa kwento dito, lumalabas, mag-uumpisa sa OTS. Ang sasalo, yung ABSICOM.
Mr. Chairman, that's the reason that NBI has stepped in, and we welcome their attendance and their investigation, and we assure them full cooperation.
NBI, okay. So is the NBI here? Are you investigating anyone aside from people with the OTS and the ABSICOM?
Yes, Your Honor. It is within the ambit of department order, creating a task force on the matter.
Okay. And so there are others being investigated, hindi lang OTS, hindi lang ABSICOM.
Yes, Your Honor. It depends on the evidence we will gather in the conduct of the investigation.
Okay. Have they been cooperative? OTS, ABSICOM, and MIA?
The last time we sent our communication is last week, but because of some concerns, they were not able to comply yet with our request. But they committed to...
When did you start investigating?
November 3, Your Honor. At the time, the task force was created by the department.
Okay, so only November 3.
Yes,
So
Your Honor.
you're
Or a
in
week ago only.
You're in no position to say that they are not cooperating, or that they are
not
cooperating.
yet, Your Honor, because under the law they have 10 days to reply or to comply with our request.
I suggest,
and there is
well, I understand yung procedure na may 10-day, pero ito, napakalaking issue na to, ha? Maraming natatakot pumunta sa airport. We're a butt of jokes all over the world.
Your Honor, if I could request
Kailangan
NBI...
mabilis ang galaw natin dito.
Mr. Chairman, if I could request NBI, kindly give me a copy of all of your requests so I could ensure that we get timely delivery to NBI requirements.
Yes, sir, I will do it.
Okay. At napansin ko rin na base sa statistika, I don't know kung tama itong statistics na to, but this is what our staff was able to compile. In 2012, there nationwide, all airports, 1,200 cases. In 2013, 2,184 cases. 2014, 1,800 cases. Nationwide, according to the OTS, Official Gazette transcript. Okay? But almost 90% is in NAIA. Karamihan nasa NAIA. Tama ho ba to, Yusek?
Yes, Your Honor.
So 90% nasa NAIA. Okay. At ganun karami yung bullet-related incidents. Thousands. Bakit ang apprehensions ninyo low double digit lang kung thousands yung nahuhuli ninyo? Like for example, in 2014, 1,500 incidents. Ang bullet-related, ang hinuli nyo, 12 lang. Anong ibig sabihin nun?
Yung amin pong data, Your Honor, is basically incident report po yun pag mayroon pong detection.
Okay.
Then we turn, as a matter of procedure po, we turn this over to the law enforcer po. In this case po, yung ABSI group.
And then?
For proper disposition po.
Okay. And then?
Yung ABSI group na po yung
So iba yung data ninyo, iba yung data ng ABSICOM. Kasi sa ABSICOM, in 2013, 21. In 2014, 12. Pero sa inyo, 2,037, 1,500. So ang iniisip ko dito, kung malikot yung isip ko, Kung 1,512, 12 yung report ng ABSICOM. Yung 1,500. Ano yun? Lagayan ba yun? Bakit iba yung data ninyo? Oo.
Yung pong aming record na naka-table po. Combination po 'yun ng kung amulet ka.
Sige. Let me break it down. Ilan yung amulet dito? Ilan yung totoong bala?
Breakdown po
Live.
namin na yung pong suspected live ammo at saka po non-live ammo po.
Ilan yung non-live ammo?
Dito po sa aming records na 2015 kasi binabalikan
Okay.
po namin yung
Okay.
yung aming
Okay.
since 2012. Nag-start lang po kami sa 2015 to be able to
Sige, okay. So ano yung live ammo mo?
ang live ammo po namin dito is 1,403.
1,000?
403 po.
Mas marami na. 2014 yun.
2015 po.
Ilan? 1,000?
403.
Live yun, live.
Live po yun.
Okay? So dapat may 1,400 na kaso. Live eh. Sabi niya wala kayong discretion.
Opo, yun yung po interception report po namin yun na 1,403.
So binigay ninyo yan sa ABSICOM.
Opo.
Ang ABSICOM ngayon, ifa-file yung kasong yon.
Opo.
ABSICOM nandito. Meron ba kayong final na 1,400? Live?
This year, Your Honor,
Yes.
no.
Ilan yung final ninyo?
As of now, 75, Your Honor.
So sa 1,475 lang ang na-file. Nagkaayusan ba yun, yung diferensya? Live yun, ha? Sige. So yun ang maliwanag dyan. Ha? Kala ko wala kayong discretion, bakit iba yung data ninyo? Okay, balik tayo kay USEC. Ilan naman yung amulet?
Hindi po na-categorize dito kasi ang category na po niya is non-live ammo po.
Ha? Kanina binanggit mo 1,400 yung live.
Yung live po yun.
Ilan naman yung amulet, hindi live ammo?
Dito po sa record namin, lumalabas 453 po.
So mas maraming live kaysa sa amulet.
Doon po lumalabas doon sa record namin. Kasi po ganito yon. Nagre-report po, every time na mayroon pong interception o detection, nire-record po yon.
Okay. Noong 2013, ilan yung live ammo? Meron na ba kayo?
Wala po. Mixture pa po.
Okay. Kasi base sa data ko dito, tanungin ko yung ABSICOM naman. Ilan yung nabanggit mo? 90? 75? 2015?
75, Your Honor.
2015 yun?
2015, Your
And
Honor.
noong 2014, ilan?
I'm not privy of 2014 because I'm not yet the...
But you're the head eh.
Yes, Your Honor, but we're still...
Even though, regardless kung whether head ka nun o hindi, that should be data in your office.
It's so low during that time, Your Honor.
It's so low.
Yes.
That is the point I'm gonna make. Bakit tumalon yan? Halos wala eh. Noong 2014 eh. That's the point. Red flag eh. Halos wala. Suddenly, dumami. Kaya when I saw this, alam mo kaagad may red flag kaagad dito. Why is there such a jump? So siguro dapat gamitin to ng NBI as a lead in your investigation. Di ba? Okay. Kitang-kita mo 90% nangyayari sa NAIA. Biglang tumalon yung numero. Parang pinaghahanap buhayan nga. Di ba? Okay? So, then, again, like I said, no? Yung extortion activities, marami yan. Hindi lang tanimbala yan. So maybe the NBI should also look at other extortion activities. And I'm sure Ms. Susan Opley here can help out. Because I'm sure you have many of this information about yung complaints ng OFWs, especially going to the Middle East, about extortion activities. Could you share a few with us before I wrap up?
Sir, actually, maski yung yung arbor, pag may nakikita sa mga hand carry na pagkain, minsan pati yun na-arbor eh. So, ibig sabihin, yung may low hanggang high. At kahit sa outside ng airport, yung isang nagreklamo sa amin, jaywalking daw siya, pinara siya ng pulis. Pero nagmamadali siya kasi malilate siya sa flight, hila-hila niya yung maleta niya. Mamaya, yung pulis may tinatawag na sasakyan na unmarked. Doon ka sumakay. Tapos 1,000 ang bayad. Ibig sabihin, they're all forms of extortion
Precisely my
going on.
point eh. Precisely my point. So siguro once and for all, the NBI should look at this. At saka si Mr. Honrado naman, general manager ka. Kaya nga general manager eh. Meron kang supervision, meron kang authority sa lahat ng tanggapan na yan. One way or the other, you do have some authority among Kung hindi ka general manager. Bakit yun ang pangalan ng posisyon nyo? Kung sasabihin mo, wala kang authority. Anong authority nyo? Kolektahin lang tong 8 billion na to. Sayang naman yung intelligence fund mong 12 million. Kung hindi natin nagagamit yan. Meron ba kayong Internal Affairs Division sa MIA?
Your Honor, we do have.
Magkano ang budget nun? Internal Affairs Division, meron ba kayo?
Meron po, pero wala pong separate budget yun. Nakasama sa corporate budget.
Magkano binibigay nyo sa kanila? Ilang tao yun?
About 24, Your Honor. More or less.
So,
Yes.
Hindi mo tanda kung magkano yun. Alam mo, meron kang 1.2 billion, 1,278 million na professional fees. Ano yung mga consultant?
Your Honor, I have only about 10 or 11 consultants.
Okay. But there is a budget na 1,278 million for professional fees.
1.2 billion. I'm not. No, Your Honor. They're only getting the most is 20,000 a month.
Okay. Pero I looked at your 2014 financial statements, and I'm saying that there is adequate resources also for an internal affairs division. Tab yun. Ito, corporate operating budgets, tab G. Mia. Ang dami niyong pera, ang dami niyong... And remember, you are collecting from the passengers. Travel tax, stolen terminal fees, may share kayo lahat dyan. Terminal fees.
The travel tax is being collected by TSA, Your Honor.
Correct. Pero may share din kayo dyan.
Wala po, Your Honor.
Terminal fees kayo.
Yes, Your Honor.
And other fees. Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. One second. I'm sorry to the committee, but you do have ito. Mia. Professional services, 1278.
Your Honor, yun po yung binabayad sa Piatco case.
Ito professional services.
Yes, Your Honor.
Abogado binabayaran niyo dito.
Yes, Your Honor. Binibigay po sa OSG yan.
Until now. So nanggagaling yung pera sa income ninyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so sa mga terminal fees nanggagaling din yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. But still, you still have 3.5 billion in net profit last year.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why didn't you upgrade naman your facilities? Yung mga dati pinag-uusapan lang natin banyo-banyo, ngayon CCTV. But next year gagawin na ninyo.
We have the 486 million CCTV project, Your Honor. nagkaroon lang po ng two failed biddings. Ngayon po, the board authorized us for the alternative mode of procurement, that is negotiation. We're going to invite the three proponents who participated in last
So,
week.
nasa mandate naman ninyo mag-create ng Internal Affairs Division ninyo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Na pwedeng imbestigahin yung mga opisinang maaaring sangkot sa mga extortion activities. Pwede yun, di ba?
Yung pong internal affairs namin, we call the Airport Security Inspectorate Office. We just look at the processes. At kung may nakikitang discrepancy, ninonote po ng for security purposes.
Yun lang.
Opo.
O meron na ba silang na-note dun?
Yes, Your Honor. We do submit on a daily basis to the OTS our observations on a daily basis.
Lang. Pero hindi kayo nag-iimbestiga?
Hindi po, Your
Sa
Honor.
mga personnel ninyo?
Hindi po kami involved dun sa screening of the passenger, Your Honor.
No. Do you investigate your own personnel?
Oh, yes,
kasama
definitely,
sa
Your Honor.
extortion?
Definitely, Your Honor, yes.
Meron,
Especially
di
po yung Airport Police Department namin. Mayroon kami inimbestigahan doon.
Okay, pero you're saying hindi kayo pwede mag-imbestiga sa ABSICOM at sa OTS?
We only submit our observations, Your Honor.
Bakit ganun? General manager ka nga eh.
Yung OTS po, may under 311, meron po siyang mandate.
Nabasa na natin
yes,
lahat yun eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
General manager ka. Di ba? You are the general manager. You must take responsibility.
Ang ginagawa po namin, Your Honor, tinatanggalan namin access sa NAIA. Yun po lang magagawa namin. And we have removed access of OTS 40 persons already.
Okay. So again, let me reiterate. I will not take so much time of the committee. Most of my queries were anyway discussed earlier. Immediately, you can put up a help desk. There is enough resources available to be able to do that, to assist our passengers, the OFWs, travelers, foreigners, tourists, coming in, coming out, immediately. That way, hindi matatakot ang tao gamitin yung airport. Nakikita nila, immediately meron kayong ginagawa. Ha? Bilis-bilisan natin yung investigasyon. Ipaalam niya sa publiko that you're investigating already this 65 personnel, 12 people, so that the public knows that you are doing something about it. Ha? At babandayan ng tao yan kung sino yung mga dapat makulong dyan. Dahil, incidentally, gamitin na natin ang pagkakataong ito. Pag ikaw public official ka at nagtanim ng bala, anong parusa?
Life imprisonment, Your Honor.
Life imprisonment.
Reclusion perpetua.
Oo. Mas mataas na parusa yun eh. Ipaalam natin sa publiko. Ha? Matatakot yung mga yan. Life imprisonment if you're a public official. Nagtanim ka ng isang 22. Diba? Maglagay kayo ng signboard doon. Lahat ng mahuhulihan na magtatanim ng bala, ikukulong habang buhay. Yun naman yun nasa batas eh. Naisip na ba niyo yun, General Manager?
Yung pong in reaction to this issue, sa unang-una po, pinalitan na nag-revise na po yung procedure, yung OTS on their screening procedures, and also to give some comfort.
Ko lang, maglagay lang kayo ng karatula doon.
We did, Your Honor. Naglagay na po ang DOTC ng CCTV camera sa screening center, naglagay na po kami ng additional tarpaulin, naglagay po kami ng...
karatula na pag nahulihan ka na nagtatanim ng bala, habang buhay kang nakakulong.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa opisina ng OTS, sa opisina ng ABSICOM, maglagay din ng karatula doon. Sa kanilang opisina. Siguro titigil yan. Diba? Maraming pwedeng gawin eh. Ha? Tapos, moving forward, ulitin ko lang, yung mga ibang extortion activities. Paghandaan na natin yan bago pa pumutok na naman yung bagong issue. Di ko ba? Okay. So thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity. And thank you to our resource person. Salamat po sa inyo.
Thank you, Senator Recto. So, moving forward, as Senator Recto said, no? Number one, gentlemen, do we agree that there will be a help desk? We will put up a help desk? Do we have your commitment there?
Yes,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Secretary? Okay. Number two, specifically sa ABSICOM, but to everybody, yung to have more empathy and to have more sympathy for our OFWs, lalong-lalo na sa ABSECOM, a reorientation seminar for your personnel on the mga karapatan ng mga pag merong dinala sa kanila, dapat sila i-inform yung mga tao kung anong mga karapatan nila. At kung walang abogado, kukuha kayo sa PAW. Commitment po ba yun?
Commitment tayo, Your Honor.
So hindi na tayo makakaranas ng sitwasyon na merong nahulihan at walang abogado at napabayaan na walang abogado at pinipuwersang pirmahan kung ano-ano mang papel. Do we have your commitment on that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Justice Acosta, you also heard the commitment. So, and lastly, Secretary Abaya, you agreed to study the matter as to that committee na magpapasya kung sakasakaling you find it fit, magpapasya na hindi na mag-file ng kaso para nang sa ganun, hindi na maperwisyo yung ibang mga OFWs na clearly walang intent to possess or intent to use the bullet. Like if you take a look at all these victims, I'm sure you can tell easily that they had no intent to possess, assuming without admitting that they had the bullets really in their luggages. So the situation, and people are demanding fast solutions to this problem, Secretary Abaya, and you have agreed to study the matter and to report your decision to this committee. But I think because people want quick solutions, people are afraid. People go to the airport in fear. We need a deadline as to your decision. When do you think, Mr. Secretary? You know, everybody that you will consult are almost here. They're all here. Department of Justice is here, NBI is here, ABSECOM. You can consult them. How long do you need, sir?
Within a week's time, Your Honor.
Within a week. And then within that week, we will get a decision.
Yes, Your Honor.
We have your commitment on that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Justice Acosta, yes?
Sir, one point. Nagtataka po ako bakit nagwa-wonder ang ABSECOM kung i-dismiss nila outright, baka sila mademanda. Dito po sa kaso ng illegal possession, ay wala pong private offended party. Kaya kung minsan naaabuso po ang batas na ito. Wala pong private complainant. Ang complainant po ay police mismo. Ang affiant OTS mismo. Bakit po sila matatakot mag-dismiss outright? Bakit, sorry sir, Secretary, kaibigan po kita. Bakit po kailangan pa ng 1 linggo? Ibig sabihin 1 linggo pa kami magpapalaya ng mga ikukulong dahil sa caliber 22 na napakaliit. Kailangan po ng immediate action dito. Naghihintay ang buong mundo. Global na po ito. Kahit po ang mga foreign news, nilalabas na po itong issue na to. Yung MBI po, lawyer po ba siya? Ang taga-MBI?
Justice
Sir,
Acosta, you made your point.
Pasensya na po sir, pero APEC na po parating ng APEC, kailangan pong masolusunan to. Kayo na po ang sugunan Diyos, kayong mga senador, para matuldukan na to.
Yes,
pasensya na po.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator
Mr. Chairman,
Cayetano.
just one statement. I think the point of Justice Acosta is it is not true that we are helpless. We refuse to help. No? The people before us, it is within your power to come up with a system to interpret the law, no? Not have discretion to prevent all of this. Na hindi na sila naghintay sa selda, hindi makaalis, no? So we are not helpless. That's why may I just agree with the chairman in giving a deadline, no? Whether it's 5 days, 3 days, because this fear in the airport cannot go on, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Attorney Farolan, you really want to speak?
I would have wanted to comment on something, but Just seek the help of the committee regarding the matter, sir. Though it was mentioned already that investigations are being conducted, we just fear regarding the integrity of possible evidence in the custody of agencies which are currently being investigated. For example, we fear that some evidence might, especially bullets, might be recycled. So we fear that there might be some manipulation of evidence if those are not secured, and given the time that there would be a lull in the investigation because of the APEC, there might be some actions, or the NBI can be immediately, or the committee can issue an order requiring a special protection for those evidence so that they would not be tampered with during the time that investigations are in a lull. Because one of the things that we've noticed, if the bullets, the photo and the bullets and are truly different, but the packages are the same, even the packages should be checked, because if all these bullets would appear to have been contained in the same red pouch, and or they are already using recycled pictures for this evidence which they submit, we fear that this might be the next target of the cleanup, just in case there would be a cover-up. Just in case, again, we are not sure that anyone from the ABSI group is concerned. And also we would request and seek the help of the committee regarding prejudicial statements being issued by the ABSI group, the NAIA, and the OTS. We do not appreciate the fact, and we are offended by the fact that all three agencies has issued statements categorically stating that there are no crooked elements in their ranks, leading to the conclusion that Nanay Gloria and all the other victims are all liars. And now they're the ones investigating themselves, and we have seen it on the media, and that is what we fear. They're the ones investigating themselves when they have already issued prejudicial statements regarding the victim, well, the people involved, and which we also call that if it is possible for the committee, if the committee can already deputize the NBI also to act as its special arm to secure some of the evidence which are critical and which are still in the jurisdiction of these three agencies and which could affect the investigation, Your Honor.
Sino ba ang pag may nakasuhan, sino ba yung may custody ng evidence? Yung ABSICOM ba? Habang ABSICOM group?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Department of Justice, do you have there's a witness protection program, so do you have a evidence protection program of some sorts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to address the concerns of Attorney Farolan, please know that the Department of Justice will work very closely with you. Your request for the NBI to be on top of it, we will work on that immediately right after this session, and let us exchange numbers so that whatever actions we do, whatever other recommendations you have or proposals you have, we can already move on them immediately.
Mr. Chair, just on that point kay Attorney Caparas. Attorney Caparas, pag may nag-iimbestiga katulad ng NBI at meron hindi nag-cooperate, halimbawa hindi binigay yung CCTV footage, hindi ba obstruction of justice yon?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Kasi tayo lang ata yung bansa, yung nag-iimbestiga, nakikiusap pa na bigyan siya ng kopya. I'm not just talking about this investigation, sir, and to be fair sa NBI, and to be fair to Secretary Abaya, he said here, pupukpukin niya yung membro ng department to give it to you. Pero sa ibang bansa, pag sinabi, alimbawa, FBI, sinabi ng FBI, bigay mo yan at hindi mo binigay, may obstruction of justice kagad na kaso yan. Kaya, takot sila na pagdili-dali. Pero nakailang investigasyon na ako dito, kami ni Senator Gingoa, magkasama pa kami sa House, si Senator Recto, kung sino yung nag-iimbestiga, nagsusumbong sa amin dito na yung isang ahensya, hindi binibigay yung kailangan nila. So sir, under naman kayo ng DOJ, maybe the DOJ can give some guidance, bigyan nyo ng 72 hours, bigay nyo sa amin yung video. Kung hindi, kaso na kaagad yun, obstruction, whether they're involved or not. Kasi nadidelay po yung investigasyon And we saw this in many cases. Kung may duda po kayo, NBI, sir, sa nire-recycle ba yung bala, isupinan nyo yung bala, tignan nyo kung talagang in-itemize nila. The good general will cooperate with you. Pero pag hindi nyo sinupina yan, Hindi nyo kinuha yan. Paano nyo i-obstruction of justice? Don't ask nicely. You're investigating, demand it from them, sir.
Yes, sir. Actually, there is a pending request for them to submit the inventory of all amos in their custody pertaining to the cases they filed before the prosecutor's
Gaano
office.
katagal na yan, sir, yung request?
Last week, sir, we started the investigation November 3, I think November 4.
O, katulad nun, sir, Attorney Baltas, no? General, no? How long would it take for, di ba, yung inventory naman, SOP yun eh. Meron na yun eh. So, 24, 48 hours. If November 4, November, ano ba ngayon? 11, 12, 8 days. So, I don't want to cast aspersions, pero a dirty mind will say, the longer it takes for you to give it, mag-iisip yung mga tao na baka naman, di ba, may nangyayari. Pero kung halimbawa, pag-request sa inyo, the next day, nasa kanila na, edi it's even evidence na napaka-organized nung inyong ng inyong inventory and everything. I think you get the point, Mr. Chair, and I hope the committee can assist there. I'm not saying anything happened, General. I'm saying impressions, di ba?
We will comply on that, Your Honor.
Pero, General, ang point ko nga, Mr. Secretary, no, hindi ba pwede pag may investigasyon, may request, automatic, if they have it naman, the same day or the next day, because kaya ang media mainit sa atin eh, because okay, there was a request, hindi na follow up, but that was 8 days ago. There was a request for the CCTV. Okay, sir, baka may concern kayo o wala doon. Diba? But you could have gotten the NBI, para makita nyo hindi din doktor, panuorin nyo dito. Pero hindi pa namin mabigay because there's a problem. I think you get our point. But we should put we should time bar all of this para nga walang magsabi na hindi tayo seryoso sa investigasyon natin dito. Let's raise the bar of how we investigate all of this in our country. No?
Okay. Yes, Ms. Ople.
Kasi po, next week, busy na naman po lahat. Si Nanay Gloria po, sasamahan namin ni Attorney Spacky sa Hong Kong ngayong Sabado para makiusap sa kanyang employer para may trabaho po siya. Wala pa po ako narinig maski sino man sa ating mga kasama sa executive branch. Kung may regret mo man lang po ba, meron po bang pabaon man lang na humihingi ng dispensa sa isang OFW na halata naman pong inosente? Wala po bang magpapabaon man lang ng sorry sa inyo kay Nanay Gloria? Dahil hindi po natin alam, baka hindi po namin alam talaga kung may trabaho pa siya o wala sa Hong Kong. At hindi naman po niya kagagawan to.
Mr. Chairman,
Secretary Abaya?
from the very start, nung nagsalita ako, naniniwala ko wala pong kasalanan si Nanay Gloria at iba pang mga bisita ho natin dito. Dahil, yun lang po, dahil lang sa
I suppose, Secretary, is it something you want on written so that they can present it to the employer? So that, ganun po ba, Ms. Ople?
I think after all that has happened, I think even if she's not asking for it, I mean, lahat po ito nalathala na eh. And
Yes.
in the course of her career, she needs something then to show na the government made a mistake. And she's owed that because she's completely innocent.
Yes, yes. Mr.
Yes,
Secretary?
I do agree. I could write a letter right now, craft it, give it. She could bring it with her. I could personally make a call to her employee. If I could get the number, I'll call the employee. That obviously there are certain lapses and pagkukulang ng ating pamahalaan. Whatever Nanay Gloria would request me to do, I'll do.
Okay, there you have it. You heard it, ma'am.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Just wanna just a reaction to Attorney Farolan's statement. I don't think I've heard. I'm not always tuning into the media or in the news. I don't think any of our agencies ever said there are no crooked people in our agencies. I mean, just you could see there are 12 people being investigated under ABSE Group. We have taken out 65 people. We have 12 people being investigated as well. Wala akong nagmamalinis dito, and we assure all OFWs listening that hindi ko kaming mag-atubili. There's no reservation to file cases against airing personnel or terminate them from work, Your Honor.
Okay. That being said, well noted. The hour is late. Anyway, we have achieved something, and we will await the findings, the decision of Secretary Zabaya's study within a week, no, Secretary? Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So again, thank you to the agencies for coming. Thank you. Maraming salamat sa mga resource persons, lalong-lalo na yung mga nabiktima. Maraming salamat sa pagdalo ninyo. To the White family, thank you so much for coming, and we will make sure that the ordeal that you're going through will be ending shortly. Thank you, everyone. Until further notice, this hearing is adjourned.